Hello everybody, how's everybody doing tonight? I see a lot of people already here. Let me pull up the chat, I can't see what's going on. Hello. I see a bunch of people here. Amazing, live again, we made it. No Twitch poll, Premise will put that up soon. It takes a little bit of time, but what I like to do is make sure we have enough people on Twitch, because when we go live on Twitch, it notifies people when they log on. So Twitch poll should be coming on soon. And if Premise, I don't know if Premise is here yet, but maybe Wes can do it if Premise isn't here yet. But just copy the poll over there. Yeah, I put an extra little thing inside the voting tonight. There's a fourth option, which is to help me with this weird repair that I've had for probably about 3 weeks now or a month. I kind of keep putting it off to the side and coming back, and I've actually showed you it at one point, but but how is everybody doing? Did everyone have a good Easter? I took the day off. It was my first day off since Christmas. I was pretty excited about that. It was kind of nice. So I spent some time with the fam and all that stuff. So kind of good. Spike. So I have a bunch of pieces here. I wanted to show you where I'm progressing with my power meter, and I want to show you kind of a little bit of stuff, a little teaser. And we're getting closer. I'm getting closer to be able to release it all. But I did run into an issue, and so that's what I was going to show you, because I ordered some parts and I was going to make one. What's going on, parts people? Good evening from New York. How are you doing, Nathan? Hello from Norway and Michigan. What, option D? Oh, no. So option D. So let me just tell you about the other options real quick. So we have the Alienware X17R2. Some, I think he's in chat. I don't know I can't remember his name down here, but Cool Breeze, thank you so much, Nathan, for sharing your skills with the public. You and Soren work to demystify many things. I really enjoy Soren's videos, and I try to aspire to be similar to him, where it's kind of like basic and very consumable, right? Instead of just talking like this really fast and saying a bunch of big terms, you know, I want to make it consumable. So anyway, yeah, so the first option is a spill, and he's in chat, and so that came in today. And then we have an Inspiron 7620, no power, and then the 5470, no power. Same type of issue well, we don't know what issue it is, but they just don't turn on. The last option is help me work on this laptop that's doing this really strange thing that I haven't figured out what it is, and I've spent so many hours, countless hours, but I just wanted to, I need to close my curiosity loop on this, and so I'm hoping somebody can help me. I don't know. But anyway, fourth option. Wouldn't expect anything different. I'm glad to be here. Glad to be here. Strange is the strange April Fool's joke. I'm actually editing down our April Fool's laptop into a short, or my editor is doing that. So we'll see how that turns out. And describe the strange issue. So I have a laptop here. Oh, that's right. I guess I should have described it. So this laptop has been here for a while. So what the symptom was is the laptop works fine. It's a Alienware M17R5 or an M15R7. Tim, thanks for becoming a board member. Thank you. And the laptop is a gaming laptop. It's primarily plugged in. It works fine, except whenever you leave it on for a little while, then the AC adapter kind of disconnects. It will only pull like 0.25 amps. And then it won't charge. It won't run off the AC adapter anymore. Thank you so much. I hope you got your partial. Yes, I'm going to go over that real quick in a second. Yes. Did I get my chair yet? I have not gotten my chair. Let me finish the description of this laptop. So anyway, I played around with it. So some chargers, if I plug it in, it will not detect the charger at all. And if the machine is on and working on the battery, it works just fine on the battery. Right as I plug in the charger, the screen will shut off and it kind of goes into this weird shut off mode. I figured out if I put a low voltage charger on there, it works. Daryl, 10 bucks. Thank you so much, Daryl. So I figured out if I put a charger on there that has 19.6 volts on it, it works. But if I put their charger, which has 19.7, it sometimes works. And if I put a charger on there that has 20 volts, it doesn't work at all. So Zero Cool, thank you for the £1. Thank you. Or is that euro or pound? I don't know the symbols. I'm so not educated. Okay, so let's go over a couple things. So y'all just vote on that stuff. Okay, here I can actually pull up the poll. Let me pull that up. There we go. It doesn't show all of them in here. And we still don't have a poll on Twitch, so let me go ahead and get that going on Twitch. Give me a second. I did not get one up. And usually Premise is here, and Gritty or Wes on Twitch. Can you go ahead and make a poll for me? Just transpose that poll over there on the Twitch for me, if you don't mind. Oh yeah, so let me show you the packages I got here. Doc, I hope you're doing better. I hope your back's all right. You're under the knife again. No, 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 no. All right, so I got a package from Colin. Colin sent me toffee vodka. Now, Colin, I don't know. So how should I drink this? Do I put it on the rocks? Do I mix it with Coke? Do I mix it with something? Sounds very delicious. Sounds very delicious. So thank you so much for that. Colin sent me that. And I also got one other package here. It's pretty neat stuff. And I got one other package here from Randy, and it's a box of laptops. He said he got it for $2 per pound, and it's a few latitudes, or a couple latitudes, one Precision and one Inspiron. So he says he doesn't want anything for it. He just wants me to be able to play around with, see if I can get any parts out of it or get them working. And so I appreciate that. I will take a look at it. Mix it with ice. Okay, so on the rocks. It is a only 20% alcohol, so it's not super high alcohol. And but I mean, maybe I should open it. Let me smell it. I'm not going to sip any right now because I'm so exhausted today. I'm like, I don't know how well I'm going to do tonight because I'm kind of tired. But we will see. Okay, so I just want to smell it. Ooh, I want to put it in my coffee. Whoa! It tastes like or smells like toffee. Smells like toffee. This is gonna be nice. Well, thank you so much. I will put it on the rocks then. Drink another bottle. Drink another bottle. Right now I have my coffee. So it sounds like a mixer. All right, we still don't. Do we have a Twitch poll yet? We don't. Okay, let me get one up on Twitch. It's hard to manage without Premise here. But I can copy and paste a lot of this stuff, which works out. All right, so in Inspiron, we have a, doesn't power on. How about I just do the type, or what it's doing. No signs of life, and figure out a strange issue. All right, so hopefully this makes sense to you, what I put in that poll, but there we go. All right, so Twitch's poll is up. Feel free to vote there, Twitchers. How many people we got? I don't even know how many people we got. 60 something? Okay, so plenty of people to vote. Okay, let me focus. What were we saying? Drink, drink, drink. I'm not going to drink on stream. I'm like I said, I've already been here 11 hours. I'm tired, so I'm already out of it. Not doing very good tonight. I wanted to take a little quick nap before the stream so I could focus, get my brain going, but it's not going to happen. No easy pizzas tonight, I don't think. Hopefully easy pizzas, but I don't see anything. All right, let me show you. Well, let me talk about one other thing. Raise your hand if you saw the video on Saturday. You don't have to raise your hand, obviously, but the video on Saturday was a no fix that was 1 hour and 9 minutes long, and believe me, I tried to compress that thing as much as I could. Oh my gosh, there was so much footage, and I'm like, you have to leave. There's so much stuff I have to leave in because I just like need to make sure you see different aspects and things you're trying, right? And but there was at 55 minutes or 56 minutes, and I think Dragon Ball even emailed me, but I saw a message in there. There was a scene in there. Let me see if I can pull it up. Actually, I can pull up the picture that Dragon Ball sent me. That one of my resistors shifted, and I didn't notice it while I was streaming or while I was even editing, but let me see where to go. All right, so I don't know if you can see this. So here's the component I was changing out, and then there's a resistor right here. And then after I put this component on, this was sideways. And so I was like, oh my God, I didn't even see it whenever I was post-editing. And I went back and I went through the footage and I scrubbed through the footage, and I'm pretty sure that I did straighten it out because this was actually filmed months ago or whatever. But check this out. This is what's even funnier. I pulled up the board view today, and check it out. This is the resistor right here, okay? And this side ties right here, and this side ties right here. So the resistor went sideways like this. So it's all the same connection. This is one connection, that's another connection. So it didn't really matter where it sat. It could have sat in an X. So no harm, no foul. Even if I did miss it, I definitely didn't see it, but I thought it was crazy though, because I'm sitting here like poking around. I'm like, when I'm looking back at it, I'm like, you're measuring all this stuff, but you don't see that that component's sideways? It's like feng shuied to a side. Oh my gosh. But so that laptop was, I filmed that in December. So that's an older video. That's why it had like the old power meter there. And so that laptop's already been sent back to the customer. He didn't want to fix it. And so that's all we can do there on that one. And okay. Sorry, you're back, Nate. Wes, I needed you. I needed you to make the poll. I asked you to make the poll. You didn't make the poll. I had to make the poll. Premise isn't here. I don't see Premise. Gritty, are you a mod on Twitch? I don't know if you are, but you should be. Gritty should be a mod. I don't know how to mark you as a mod though. There's too many buttons here. I'll see if I can do that in a little bit. All right. All right, so last thing I want to do is spike before everyone's voting right now, so let me do that. I'm not doing very good reading today. I can already see that. So Saturday video was just supposed to be a thermal paste change. Yeah, so that laptop was sent to an actual repair shop, and the repair shop gave it back saying it doesn't work. It was just a thermal paste change. So I don't really understand, but you saw that it was like that CPU thing that was blown, this other thing. I mean, to me it looked like they dropped a screw in there, because it was like anything tied to the 5-volt line was just like exploded, right? So, or it was just messed up, right? So it was just kind of a cascading effect. So sorry, troubleshooting. Sorry. It's cool. It's cool, man. It's cool. Don't worry about it. I can't make poles. No metal working. Oh, you're so crazy. Okay, so let's look at this power meter real quick, and then I'll keep going. I'm going to try to focus as much as I can here. Thank you for the rest of the chat. Oh, Wes, thank you. Okay, so here we go. Here's my power meter. This is my old one, is off to the side right here. I have it hooked here, but this is basically what's inside the power meter. You have a screen, you have a DC jack, and the DC jack hooks in here like this, like that, hooks in that spot. I cut these wires, I wire them to the side of the screen, and then I have a couple of these coming out the front. Okay, and they wire to the side of the screen. But my new power meter that is all digital up on the side right here, that has the spike meter and everything, the chart, consists of an ESP32 and then this INA226 right here. And so what I've designed is a new base for this that has a USB-C output on the back here. And this actually will just install. Let's get us a little bit closer. So the old one doesn't have this hole here. The old one just has this on the back. And so this installs right here. I actually solder these two pieces together. This is what controls it, connects to the computer. This is what's actually measuring the current. And then your output wires hook here. And this installs into this like that. Come on, get in there. Get in your home. There you go, snaps in. And there you go. And then you have your USB port, and then everything just installs the same. So you can actually, if you've already built one of these, you can convert it to have the spike meter. Now these parts don't cost that much. Here's my issue. I just want to show you what my issue is. So I made this a while back. So I have the ESP32, I have it soldered onto this board here, and then I have a couple wires that hook the power wires up. So then I ordered some more of these ESP32s. They are different. Of course they're different because, you know, it's Amazon. So anybody and their sister can sell stuff on Amazon apparently. So here's what I have. So I designed it where you take these 4 pins and you just bend them over, and 2 of them you actually plug. Well, I can bend this out for you. There you go. 2 of them you just plug these little power pins into them, and then you solder that onto the board here, and then the other 2 actually solder right through pin 8 and 9. Okay, and this board looks different than this board. See, the thickness is wrong. So I have to redesign my case in order for it to fit these other ones. That's the only problem I'm basically having, is the thickness of this board. This is probably better for dissipating heat or something, but it's pretty annoying. It's the same components. So now whenever I'm trying to fit it in here, it doesn't actually line up because it hits this bracket that I made. So I'm going to have to redo this casing or spacing. So I actually cut this one out to see if I can fit it in here. It still doesn't fit. So I have to redesign this whole area for that. So that's all I'm going to say about that. That's all I'm going to say about that. But anyway, so we're getting closer. That's all I want. I just wanted to kind of give you an update on that. Hey, thanks to the Tier 1 sub for 3 months. Thank you. But soon we'll get those plans up. I have to write out all the details. I have to give like places that buy this stuff, make sure to buy the right one, things like that. But when we're done, then you'll have the spike power meter, and I may end up selling these things, making them and selling them. It's going to be kind of a pain in the butt to sit there and make them, but do ESP32s have PS RAM? You know, I don't know. These are the C3s, so these are ESP32 mini C3s. You can look that up and figure that out. They're pretty cheap. I think they're like 3 for $10 for these. The main thing that costs money is this one. I can't find this version of this INA 226 for anything less than $12. And it'd be nice if I could just get like an actual printed circuit board made that has all this stuff on it. That might be the way to go in the future if I wanted to do it. Or maybe get some manufacturer to manufacture this thing for me. You know, because having the screen right here, this is a $16 screen. So you have the $16 screen at cost. And then these other 2 parts, you know, you start getting, and then I have to have a good enough power cord that can, this is one that goes to a 240 watt charger. INA 226, yep, search for that. So this is what it is. Or here, I'll do it under here. But so this is what the issue is. So INA 226, right? But what I want you to look for is the shunt resistor of being R002. So I see tons of them online that say R010 or R005, but what I want is the R002. This is a super accurate, very high resolution version, and so they have these inferior ones with the other ones. I mean, maybe I could buy the cheaper ones and then change these out and then recalibrate or something, but I don't know. So that's kind of what my main issue is like if you look around, you'll see the actual resistor being wrong. How are we doing on the polls? Okay, the polls ended. Okay, spill. So everyone votes on the first one. Who told me that? That was the first thing we put in chat, wasn't it? I mean, in the vote. So someone said that last week, where it says everyone always votes on the first one. They always click on the very first thing. So raise your hand if you just said, get this, no, I don't know if you raise your hand, but if you just said, get this pull out of my face and just press the first one on the list. Or did you actually think about it? Because I think people are just voting just to get that thing out of their face. I voted because the person. Okay, so in chat. Okay, so the in chat was the dividing factor. Okay, well that's good. I was going to do a test where I was going to put the first one option as a fake option or something, but I didn't do that. So nobody wanted to help me with my issue. 28% said they wanted to help me, and 35% said they wanted to help me. So that means that second place is going to help me with my problem. You guys need to help me, save me, because my brain trust, you are my brain trust. And my brain trust is going to help me figure out some crazy, crazy problem. All right, so put another poll up. Put another poll up. So then we change it to 50-50 after that, right? Way to go, H2O. I hate liquid damage. I got to tell you that right now. I almost, well, I think I just decided to put this in the list the last second because I had a different laptop I was going to put in there as the last one, but I was like, oh, he said he was going to be in chat tonight, so I'll just do it. So perhaps the issue is need help. Your issue here in Discord. Oh, so I should put my help question in Discord instead. I'm not supposed to help myself. I'm in 28%. All right, so let's just go ahead. Oh my gosh, you guys are crazy. All right. All right, what's his name? What's his name? Ken. Ken, are you in chat? Give me a bunch of heart emojis, Ken, or something, so I can see who you are. Do you even know what the emoji is? Ken should be here. DIY Dave, paging Ken. Paging Ken. What is your Discord channel? You just type in ! Discord. It's not my Discord channel, it's JFix's. But I'm there sometimes. Show yourself, Ken. Your laptop is here. Do I need to call you on the phone? You said you were going to be here tonight. That's why I'm doing this. Is that Ken with all the hearts? Coax Crusader? Unless it's an impersonator. Coaxial. Is that you? Is Ken? Ken is out with Barbie. That's a good one. I like that. I like that. No, I'm just trolling. Okay. All right. So Ken's missing. Let me see if I can call Ken. Let me see if I can call Ken. I'm Ken. Oh, you are a Ken. Are you the real Ken or the fake Ken? Ruthless. Ruthless. Well, Ken might have to catch this later. Well, let's just fix it anyway. The real Ken. Ooh, all right, Ruthless. All right, so Ken, the real Ken, please stood up. All right, so Sunday stream, work hard on the lowest voted machine. I'm working the hardest on the lowest voted machine. So do we need any updates on the other machines that we worked on? Okay, so that one where I replaced all the MOSFETs the other day and it was still crashing. Did we do that one? Yeah. So I ended up having to reflow the GPU and it fixed it partially. That's what I had to do. But it worked. How do I Ken? All right, so X17R2 spilled 16 ounces of water on it. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have an Alienware X17R2. And this was brought in by Ken, or sent in by Ken. He said that he spilled a 16-ounce glass of water on the laptop. He tried to turn off everything, clean up everything, and disconnect everything. But the laptop no longer turns on, so I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get it figured out. Actually, I don't know if it turns on or not. He probably just says, I didn't read that part. Let's see what it says here. I should have actually read his notes before I started trying to do my intro. That's what we usually do, right? Kind of get my head wrapped around what's actually going on. Because you know, whenever I do my intro, I have no idea what I'm going to say. It just kind of like spits out of my brain. The intro was really bad. You're saying flawless intro? That was bad. That was a bad intro. Ugh, I'm sweating. I need to go turn the AC on. All right, knocked over a 16-ounce glass of water, keyboard, across the keyboard when the computer was on and charging, quickly turned it off by holding the power button, unplugged the charger. Laptop still displaying normally, no weird noises, blue smoke or anything. But I dumped the water over the edge of the drain. 30 minutes later, I removed the bottom and battery and dried it out. I have no idea if BitLocker is on it. I need my data. So does that mean it's not turning on? Does that sound like it's not working? I don't know. Any intro is a good intro. Any intro is a good intro. All right, let's see if this is another note here. Can we attach the cable plus deliver? All right, give me a sec. Oh, Ruthless. Yes, it says Ken, aka Ruthless. So now I do trust you, Ruthless. He has this note there. Give me a second. I'm going to turn on the AC because I'm hot. I got to turn it down, make it a little colder in here. It's 90 degrees outside. It is 90 degrees outside. Okay. We'll see how well that works. Okay, I'm back. Did I miss anything? Redo the intro, please. Oh, so some people really want me to redo the intro now. No, I only do the intro once. I have a rule that I already feel kind of stupid doing it. So doing it once is all you get, but it was pretty bad. BitLocker, he doesn't know if he has BitLocker on here. I mean, we can pull the drive out and plug it into another machine and see if it has BitLocker. Oh my God, I'm live. You made it, Pepsi Do. All right, so when we have a liquid spill all over here, right? Should we plug it in? Should we plug it in right now and see if it works? No. Should we heat up the ultrasonic cleaner? Yes. Let me turn on the ultrasonic cleaner. Okay, so that's heating up just in case. Do not power it on. There's the old caps there. Yep, so we're gonna open it up. We're gonna kind of see what the damage is. Now, if you spilled it across the keyboard and then that grill area, we're gonna have it near the CPU area. This is the major problem with this machine. Does it have discrete TPM? It does not. It's PTT. Platform Trust, what did we figure out it was? Platform Trust something. How does the air vent system work? How come there's no vent sound in videos? Vent sound. Oh, inside mine? I have vent sound in mine. You don't hear all the sound? So I have this right here. This is my fume extractor, and then I have a big box under here with a huge cartridge filter that's like carbon filter. It's like $1,000 machine, and it just filters it out right underneath my desk. So it's pretty loud. So I don't know how you couldn't hear it in there. And I don't have any noise canceling on, by the way. I hate the noise canceling because it always sounds so bad. I live in Austin, Texas, 80% humidity. Yeah, it's hot. It's hot. All right, and the bottom is off. All right, let me make sure we don't have any personal information in here, Ruthless. Okay, cool. Right? Make sure. What are you saying here? Oh, you're funny. Ruthless is so funny. All right, so we have a note in here. Let's go ahead and divulge the note here. It says unplugged. Here, I got to turn it this way. Unplugged. Sorry, I didn't want to break it. Battery 2. So the battery's unplugged here. So what do we do when we have an unplugged battery? You always flick it just to verify it's unplugged. And what, the LCD cable's unplugged, or you're just saying the charger was unplugged? Charger unplugged, okay. And then we got something on the back here. It says, thank you for your purchase. Let's go Blue Jays. Says, anyone like the Blue Jays? I'm not a sports guy, so I don't know anything about it, but let's go Blue Jays. There you go. There you go. The dry humor. The driest humor there is. All right, so liquid damage through a keyboard. Let me just show you kind of how this would work. If we have keyboard here, this is all actually a vent that goes all the way across here. Fans right here, all of the heatsink and CPU and GPU power stages are right here. So worst case scenario, if you actually got something right here, then we're having some major problems. So I'm just going to pull the whole thing apart. So this is the time where you get to watch me turn screwdrivers, but you can actually talk to me a little bit, and I'll do my best to kind of read. And maybe I'll use my speed gun here. That will make it go a little bit faster, because otherwise it will take all day. Go Blue Jays! All right, so we got a Blue Jays fan, or just the Jays. Is there a difference between the Jays and the Blue Jays? Is there multiples? There you go. We got another Blue Jays. Now, I'm going to sound stupid. Is the Blue Jays hockey? Is it baseball? What is it? That's how bad I am. I don't do anything with sports. I have no idea. The Bears versus the Cubs. I know that, right? No, that's my joke, my ongoing joke here. It's baseball, okay. Yeah, I think, yeah, Blue Jays, I think maybe it was on a T-ball team that was called the Blue Jays. It's rugby, it's rugby, it's rugby. Oh my gosh. I know, I don't know anything about Pokemon, and I don't know anything about sports. What else don't I know anything about? A lot of stuff. It's the Hallmark card. Go sports ball. That's exactly, yes. I have been to many sports, like parties or whatever. Oh, here's a funny thing. Me and my wife had a Super Bowl party one year, and we had everybody over. We're all or we're all mingling, right? It was halftime, and we were like, "Oh shoot, we should turn on the TV." We didn't even have the TV on, and it was a Super Bowl party. And we were listening to the halftime show. That's how sporty we are. So, I mean, I'm sure you haven't heard that story before. And actually, I watched rugby whenever I was in Ireland. That is a really cool game. It was actually Ireland versus, I think, England the year I went. And I think Ireland won the big championship. And I got to say, they were like basically flipping cars in the street. They were so excited. My kind of Super Bowl party. Go sports ball. All right, so here's our VRM cooler. This thing has 12 stages for the GPU. There's 6 on this side, 6 on the other side. We're hoping that we're not going to have a bunch of damage on the other side. Now, Ruthless, did we figure out, or Ken, based on your notes, I don't know if you said that it did turn on, or you just turned it off and said, I don't want to mess with this. I need someone else to tear it down and clean it. I watch sumo. Is that like a big sport? I've never seen sumo. Rugby is like NFL. Oh yeah, because the rugby game I thought it was cool because it's all laterals, right? So you're just basically just throwing the ball backwards. And I would love to see an actual football game do a bunch of laterals. And see, I know some stuff about sports. I really do play myself dumb, but I would not be able to name a sports person, but I know the rules. But I like to act like I don't know the rules. It's Rochester Professional Arena Disabled Lacrosse Team. Thunder Up, NBA, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I used to watch some NBA back in the Bulls, back in the 90s when I was a teenager. What am I looking for? I'm missing something. The secret screw. There it is. Power phases, not stages. I know. Do I say that a lot? I probably say that. I don't know. My brain just says things, but what I'm trying to do is make it digestible, but maybe power phases would be cleaner. Yeah. But if you're phasing something, they're all staging together though, but maybe they're not staging up. I mean, theoretically, they're not always on all at the same time. So you could have it where you could have 2 on and not the other one's on all the way. So therefore, they're staging, right? Am I kind of right? What am I missing here? Is it, it's sticky or something. This thing does not want to come out. So I think it might be corroded into place. There we go. I'm acting just not interested in sports. Okay. And the motherboard is out. Looks okay. I don't see any problems. It's all good, Ken. Let's just turn it on. Let's just plug it in. I don't see any issues. No sticky. It's just water. It was 16 ounces of water. Was it distilled water? Pixie dancers, huh? Pixie dancers power stages. That's right. They're just doing a little bit of pixie dancing. The Wi-Fi car truck. My green drink of the day, or for the stream, because I only drink these when I do streams, but it's orange, mango, pineapple, cucumber, celery, and something else. Spinach or romaine. And it will never focus when I want it to focus, so there we go. There you go. Because I need my brain juice. My brain juice with my brain trust. All right, so I don't see anything here. We can just look a little closer, but this looks okay. Because this is what I was concerned with, is coming through this mesh here, but I don't see any liquid damage per se here. Put it right there. Where's my camera? There we go. All right, so yeah, I don't see anything per se, like maybe a little bit of corrosion there. A little bit there. Yeah, there's a little bit here. So this wasn't water with quotes, right? This was just water. It wasn't quote unquote water. Because I've seen people say I spilt water on it, and it's like, that was like some very corrosive water. Yeah, even the keyboard looks okay. And then no, I'm not super, it was straight filtered water. So maybe if you did like reverse osmosis water, then you even had all the minerals out of it. Microscope capture card. Yeah, I have my microscope on a motion sensor here, so my ring light doesn't burn out, because I go through so many ring lights because I just turn it on and I walk away and I end up burning it out. So this one's about to burn out anyway. But I have it on a 2-minute timer on a motion sensor, so if I'm not moving like in the line sight, it's over here. I have to kind of move over here, then it will shut that off. I have it also turn off the microscope camera. All right. Should we pull the heatsink off? Have you seen what this heatsink looks like underneath here? This is going to be a crazy liquid metal nightmare underneath this. Lemon water. Multimeter time. Yeah, maybe we'll do meter first. I really want to see if there's any corrosion though. Ah, there is. Yar. So we do have issues right there, but it looks pretty isolated. Pretty isolated. What about over here? I think we're going to have to pull the heatsink off. Looks okay. So yeah, something there, some stuff there, some stuff there. Yeah, maybe underneath that. Okay. Okay. Let me pull the heatsink off because I want to see if it got under there. Yep, it's Coke. Motherboard sauna time. It's at 35 degrees C. We got to get up to 60. So we got a little bit of time. As a freelance tech myself, I absolutely hate liquid metal. I concur. I should have concurred. Should have concurred. Yeah, this liquid metal stuff is element 31, so it's even weirder when it looks like regular liquid metal, and then regular thermal paste, but if you move it, then the liquid metal kind of oozes out of the areas. All right, so when we take this heatsink off for the first time, we're gonna have to be careful. So I'm gonna rock it back and forth first, so we're gonna kind of hold this in place. You don't just grab, you're gonna rock it like this, and that breaks the stiction or suction, or I'm sure someone will correct me. I bet Red Bull dissolves chips most instantly. Okay, so it's really sticking. I can tell right here, this is going to be regular heatsink compound, and this is going to be the liquid metal. Ooh, and I can see liquid metal leaking out right there. This is the model that's notorious for leaking liquid metal. Look at that right there. And that's not for me just now. I can tell you right now that this has a little whipping going on, because when they were making this X17R1 and R2, their pre-made sheet, oh, I have one, I think right here. Yep, this is what comes with the motherboard. Okay, this paperwork comes with the motherboard, and this sheet is the element 31 that comes with it. And so I believe so. Attach this tape to the CPU before turning on the system. So inside of here is actually the liquid metal on a kind of almost like a film sheet, like a PTM sheet, but it's too much. So it ends up getting everywhere. So they're trying to get you to stick it over that right there. And anyway, let me take this off. Oh gosh. Ooh, Nelly! Ooh. Okay, Ruthless, you are so lucky that you spilled water on your laptop, because this right here is an LLM nightmare. Okay, you ready? I'm going to zoom in for you because this is nuts, what I'm seeing right here. Okay, we'll get it all centered. Okay, it's PTM time. Can you see it? Look at that. Okay, so liquid metal leaking here, leaking out. It's actually on that power stage over here. It's actually touching that power stage. It's all the way over here, whipped over here. It's happening. It's happening. So it is exactly not where you want it to go. So that's what we're seeing here. That's what we're seeing here. So this piece is already made it across there. That one's actually touching that. Now, nothing's shorting out. Even if it's touching that power stage, it's not actually doing it. Power phase. I don't know. Why do I call it power stage? I just want to call it a power stage. Can I just call it a power stage? Power phase. And these are leaking out here, and then that's whipping across there. So we got it in the nick of time. In the nick of time. It's only this model, X17R1 and R2, that are mainly having this exact issue. All the rest of them, they're doing really good. They're not putting tons in it, and then they also have a bigger barrier area. Like this is not a very big area, but all the newer models have like a kind of a bigger ring around it, so there's not it's not going to overflow everywhere. Power stage, concur. Power stage. Clean up on aisle 7. Bummer, a lot of LLM. All right, let's put me to work, coach. Got to do a lot of cleaning. So I'm very happy that the spill happened, but we still have this spill we have to deal with up here. Is that corrosion coming through good enough? Let's see if that's better. So we have all that we have to deal with. This power phase may be messed up. I don't know. But I don't know about that power stage. And then that capacitor. I'm going to mess with you all night. All right, let's start cleaning. Don't wanna. Oh, this stuff is so bad. Oh, okay, let's see if we can suck it up. So I have a big syringe here with a little tiny tip on it. Okay, let's see if we can suck it up. So this is the type you can probably suck up. You ready? Yep, that worked. Squirt it in the trash. So PLA 13 looks really bad. So these big blobs I'm able to kind of suck up in here. Does anyone want me to collect this and send it to you? Put on the goggles. Put on the goggles. Okay, there we go. That's actually working pretty good. But you can't really do it on this. Like I can try. Let's see what it does. Yeah, it's just too thick. Oh God, it's like clogging itself up. It's too thick. That's what she said. Alien suntan lotion. But all these other pieces are good. And I'm just going to take this dam off of here. Make it suck harder. Well, it's kind of satisfying, sucking a big blob into a hole. All right, so I'm going to try to wipe off the rest of this stuff. We're going to pull this whole dam off of here. We're not going to use it. We don't need it. Here's some more liquid damage. More liquid damage. What'd I miss? LLM diagonal by PUG1. Okay. PUG1. PUG1. Is it up here? PUG1. Is it in here? I see PUG1 right there, but I don't see any stuff by the diagonal. All right, let me get all this pulled off of here, and then we'll really get in there to try to clean it up. I'll put some music on. Put some LLM cleaning music on. Gotta clean, liquid metal dreams, man. Got to put on the liquid metal dreams. Okay. It's a very shiny trace. So you're talking about a trace, that might be it. I don't see anything offhand, but maybe I'm just looking here. Let me just wipe this stuff up and we'll really get in there. So I will try to pick up whatever I can. The thickest stuff there is. There we go. Did Daniel apply the element 31? Good old Danny. Good old Daniel. So he apologized for that. April Fool's laptop last week. But I did kind of get the laptop kind of working. So it now works where I can actually open the FurMark tool and then run 720p or below on the GPU and it doesn't crash. But if you start expanding it bigger and bigger, eventually it will crash the program. It won't crash the laptop. And it passes all mats and mods. So I got it to run mats and mods and it passed all of it. So I have no idea why that GPU is acting like that. I think there's something under the core that's messed up, or in the core. Do a time lapse. Yes, that's the only good thing about recording stuff, is that y'all don't have to watch me do all this very slow stuff here. But that's when we hang out. We're hanging, bro. We're hanging. All right, so I'm just going to get just the most of this off of here, and then I'm going to peel this layer off here. So what I do now is I'll take this guy and get him out of here. Hangover Monday. So peel that up. And we get rid of it, because we don't want it. Where we're going, we're not using that. Sounds like the GPU has a bad core. Yep, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, I was originally thinking it was going to be some sort of solder trace or something like that, but it's just, it's as it heats up. So like if you can keep the GPU in the 70s, I think it's okay, but right as you start putting it at a higher temperature, it might do it. I don't know. I don't know if it's a temperature-based thing at all, but 720p, I was able to get it to run solid on FurMark, but right as it, you could expand the window, and when the resolution went up, it either started using more RAM and it caused the issue, or something. But at least I had it partially working. Is LLM, or is liquid metal magnetic? It is not. It does look like it would be, right? But it's not. So it doesn't even want to stick to a lot of things is the problem. It gets everywhere. Like it will, I guarantee it will be on my desk later and I don't know where it came from. So the biggest trick I can do is try to collect it as much as I can, and then I'll come back with my finger and try to soak it into my pores, because it's really good for your immune system. Of course, I'm kidding. Do you use thermal? Do you use thermal? Have you ever tried UV light for diagnostics? Isn't that what I've seen NanoFix using a UV light a few times for some stuff. But you're talking about for finding a heat characteristics? I mean, we use a thermal camera all the time for that, but UV, I'm trying to think of why UV would be for diagnostics. Never sees. All right, let's make sure we don't have any drips anywhere else. We still have a piece on the side of this, don't we? Can you make it out? So there's a big blob on the side of that inductor. Power phase stage phase. It's a stage phase. Ooh, what are you doing, little blob? Can't see. Do we need to suck it? Do you sonic clean it? So we can sonic clean it, but I don't know if we're going to need to with this amount of liquid damage. We'll see. Okay. Liquid metal does not dissolve in the water, so it's not like that actually helps anything, but if we're trying to move stuff out from different areas, I'll end up using an ultrasonic cleaner for it. Okay. That looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Ah, these little pieces. So this sucking thing does work. Sure does suck. Okay, all right, so make sure we don't have anything else, and then I'm gonna have you guys tell me that I missed something. And then we're gonna deal with all this liquid damage, so I can see some more right there. All right, let me zoom out as much as I can. Okay, does it work? We haven't even tried turning this thing on yet. I don't even want to turn it on until we get this thing figured out. It's not a phase. Who am I? It's not a phase. Where's my coffee? 16 ounces of LLM. That's funny. All right, so there's our liquid damage there. Do you guys, are we good on liquid metal cleaning? I know there's a little bit still on the edge right here, but I'm not concerned with that in general. And I didn't miss anything else, right? That you can see? Come down here. It's fine. Good? Okay. LC1 looks like more. Okay, where's LC1? LC1, where are you? ¿Dónde? ¿Dónde está ustedes? LC1. Up or down? Where's LC1? PL13, UC13. So UC13, so UC, okay, that does look like it, but I think it's an actual solder bridge that's intentional, but we will check right now. Yeah, so that is a MOSFET, so you have 3 legs. We're all ganged together there. Right there, that's fine. LC, okay, LC is this, nothing, nothing, nothing. Yeah, I think we're good. Any under the CPU cover. So I took the CPU cover off. This piece of metal is part of the CPU or on the CPU. And there shouldn't be anything else on here because I'm not putting that shield back on, the dam back on, because if we put PTM on here, we don't need it. That's only on there whenever we have a liquid metal thing. So don't use Black Horse LLM remover. You don't use it. I use it sometimes, but what we're trying to use it on are things like I don't necessarily need to use it on the CPU itself, but a lot of times you'll use it when you're trying to pick up stuff in weird little areas. I don't have any at my station because my other 2 guys they do remove liquid metal every single day. They're using it every day. So I don't even have any more over here because I only got 3 packs of it. So that's the real answer is I don't have any. But that's a no pop. Yeah, we got a no pop over here at LC1. Okay. All right, so what we're gonna do is try to figure out, let's just count our areas where we have water damage. So we have, this is our main area that I saw. I saw this area right here. We'll have to deal with that. Those are probably fine, we just need to clean it. We're gonna look over here. And my camera's a little choppy. Let me see, I'm gonna see if I can reset my microscope camera. See if I can make it a little smoother. There we go. Ah, much faster, look at that. All I do is just reset it, and then now it's like smoother. Is that better? Or does it seem the same? It seems like it's a little faster to me. Inspire. Okay, right here. Don't forget to like the video, people. It's a little bit there. a little bit here, liquid damage. Now all this can be toothbrushed. What I don't want to do is clean the board. So number one rule of cleaning a spill is to not just clean all the areas. You want to clean them in stages and make sure all the components in that area are working or they look good. Like if it's like this stuff right here, none of this looks bad to me. But I want to know that it exists, right? So this resistor, if this resistor is bad, I want to know that's bad, but all this can just be wiped up and cleaned. I'm not that worried about it. But you don't want to just throw the whole thing in an ultrasonic cleaner and be like, okay, is it working now? Here's some more liquid damage here. Here's some more here. This capacitor looks a little bit, I think it looks okay. That capacitor looks okay. Some more inductors. Oops. Some more here. Now, is that a blown resistor right there? Nope, it's not blown. Look blowed for a second. You can tell a resistor is blown but if it has a little eye in the middle. Like it's winking at you. Not even winking, I guess. Looking at you. More like it. But it looks okay. So that needs to be cleaned. Jim thinks the customer used a paddle board. 16 ounces of water. 16 ounces of water. All right, so more here, some more there. All right, so I think we could probably go through and clean all these areas. I'm not concerned. Does everyone concur with that, or do you think that I need to be concerned with these areas? They don't look too bad to me. They don't look like pieces are blown out. They don't look like they're coating over a resistor. Now, Ruthless, since you unplugged it, we're not going to have a lot of current or voltage just sitting there on something, you know, actually fighting with corrosion or building corrosion up. You know how like a terminal on a battery will like get very corroded? Since you don't have any power in here, you're not going to have a bunch of that buildup. So to me, it just looks like it just kind of clean this stuff up. Yeah. And then we should probe for shorts. I know. I haven't gotten that part yet. All right. All right, so we circled around. No power in the inductors. Resistances. Okay, so we're going to measure all the inductors and figure out what we have. Because that was our just kind of visual inspection. Here's some more stuff here. Some more here. Some more there. And I think the other side should be fine because it never... Oh, look, we have some on the other side too. I did not expect it to have it on the other side. So, definitely gonna have to address that. All right, so we'll poke some stuff. We'll see if we have a short. The problem with too much stuff, most of the time I don't see shorts on this type of situation. I usually see resistors blown, so opens would be more like it. All right, so this is working here. So we're gonna do, so we're in continuity mode. We'll just kind of poke around. All right, this is gonna be our 12 volt for the fan, I believe. This is gonna be the, what is this? 3 volt, 5 volt? 3 volt, 5 volt. I think that might be the 3 volt and that might be the 5 volt. This is the charge inductor. This is the 20 volt line. And then we have RAM over here, I believe. RAM. This is the other fan. That one's fine. Ken needs to add a water softener. We can measure the CPU, see how low we are. 5, that's not too bad. 5.4, we'll try another one. 5.4, and then this is the integrated GPU, 128 ohms, that's pretty good. And then here's a bunch of power stagers. Now there's 12 of these tied to this, whatever this is, a 40 series. And we got 0.25, which is pretty low, but 0.3, 0.25 is about where we're gonna be on a GPU like that. And then we'll just check the back while we're at it. So here's our 1.8, I believe. And the main power rail. And that's it. Nothing else. All right, I want to cry after a spill. All right, let's go ahead and just start cleaning, and then, so I'm going to clean all the areas that I think I'm good with, but we'll keep it in the back of our head, so if this board doesn't come on at the end, oh, I still need to take his SSD out. If this board doesn't come on at the end, we need to be able to return back to those areas. So you have to remember that. Okay, clean it, go. So I'm going to start back here on the back side of this board, and we're just going to use a toothbrush, a Dell toothbrush. And if you want a toothbrush that's signed by me, you can place an order on my website for any part and just put a note saying, I want a autographed toothbrush, and I will include an autographed toothbrush and a screwdriver and some stickers. That's what I've been doing. Okay. Where are we at? I'm going to pull this off too. We didn't look underneath here. Ugh, see some stuff under here too. This is behind the GPU. So that looks okay. So 99% isopropyl, and just going to rub it in like that. And we're only going to stop whenever we find something that's super suspicious looking. But we have to kind of note everything we can. Don't forget to shampoo and bathe daily. We'll go slowly. Uh-oh. Ruthless. Kenny. LCD connector's busted. Completely ripped off here, buddy. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. All the pins are in place. Now we're just hoping that we don't have any bent pins, but this whole thing is kind of like flipping up and out of the way. Here, we'll do a better shot at it. So this whole thing, the mounts are messed up here. So we'll be able to hold it down. We can actually put some more solder mask on there or something like that. And then hopefully we'll still get a picture. Now, if we're getting a 2.7 error, we know why, okay? And just keep a note of that in the back of your head. All right, so more liquid damage here. Why not just ultrasonic clean the board? Okay, so killing. If I take this board, throw it in there, and then the board does not turn on, where do I start? Tell me. Tell me what components are bad. If someone cleans a board after a spill and sends it to me, and they say it doesn't turn on, there was a spill, I cleaned the board, I don't know where the spill was. I don't know what components are burned out. I don't know what, so that's why you clean everything in stages. So we're not going to sit there and just dunk the whole thing in there. Now, believe me, I've done that in the past. I've done it. And sometimes the board just works afterwards. But a lot of times it doesn't. And then you don't know where the worst parts were because everything got cleaned, you know? So what you're trying to do is you're trying to document everything. So if we go through and took pictures of all the corroded areas on the entire board, then dunk the whole thing, which we're basically are doing because we're filming this, right? But, you know, if we dunked it and then it didn't work, then we can go, okay, well, here's area number 1 and here's area number 2. So, but the reason why I'm cleaning all this by hand is because none of this looks bad, so I'm not worried about it. So I'm saying I'm calling all this good. Oh no, Ken. Motherboard, rest in peace. No. I think we'll be okay. I'm okay. I've replaced plenty of LCD connectors if we need to do that. I would say I've replaced a plethora of them. And believe me, you better know what a plethora is. Okay, let's check this side. This stuff here. We got a couple fuses. I don't know why they don't put more fuses on motherboards. It's done, Ken. What's done is done. Okay. It's the Wi-Fi card. There it is. Built on the motherboard. Officially. Okay, I think we're good on this side. Ooh, let's see. April Fool's laptop. My editor just sent me a first draft of the short for the April Fool's laptop from last stream. Nice. Okay, so this looks good. Now we're going to flip it over and we're going to do the other side. A plethora. Do you even know regarding a plethora? So I don't want to clean this until last. This is what I'm most concerned with, is this area, because this one does look the worst out of everything. And then this area right here. What do you think about these guys? What do you think about those guys? They look okay. Fine. Replace, okay. It could be liquid metal. They don't look bad, and they're definitely, these are capacitors, so if I measure here, they're not shorted. See? If I go one way, and it'll take a second for it to charge up, so they're actually charging properly. Because if you do reverse polarity, it will actually charge them up, so I think those are okay. They're better now after you cleaned them. Okay. Soren says a fuse is nothing but a wire. It is. It's a fast blowing wire. It is. And he did that video the other day where he just put a fuse, a wire in for the screen fuse. I thought that was pretty crazy because he's like, I don't know what fuse to put in there. I was like, you're just putting a wire in there. You could just put a fuse in there. Because I have a pack of fuses that are like 30 volt, 32 volt, 3 amp fast blow fuses for backlights. And that's what I use. But a wire works. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's just, it has a point. It doesn't really matter. I think he does it so then y'all would talk to him about it. All right, this area looks okay. Looks a little corroded, but we're just gonna wipe it down, right? Properly calibrated wire. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have a whole, this is a roll of fuse wire. It's a 10 copper wire that's actually made for fuse. It's 0.2. And I use them for when I'm making lithium ion battery packs for my electric bike. It's fuse wire that I use to tie them together. Doesn't take much to blow it. All right, so this area might be a little suspicious here. So this is an inductor. Oh, this is an inductor here. It's a capacitor. This inductor, I'm not concerned with. This one looks a little weird. Look at the resistors. We want to make sure we don't have a resistor with a big pile of corrosion on it, like this one. Like that one has a big pile of corrosion on it. We're going to clean it and see what it looks like afterwards, but let's see. It's suspicious. Because we're gonna be able to revisit all this stuff. So when we turn the board on and it doesn't turn on, we'll be able to come over here and go, oh, well, you know, nothing's going through this. We thought that it was gonna be an issue. And this one looks weird. That almost looks cracked, but I don't know. That one really looks weird, doesn't it? I don't know about that one. That one looks the sussest out of all of them, right? It's probably fine. It looks weird, but probably fine. saying open. 0 and then fills up. 0 and then fills up. Okay. So it's operating properly. Again, we'll just pay attention. It's not measuring shorted, but we probably, the unusual mark makes me want to replace it. So let's put that in our replacing stack. So we'll go ahead and replace that one. Wonder if we should do it now. Let's do it right now. If I go back and be like, which one do we need to replace? We'll do it, I'll forget. So let's just do it now. It's an R2, right? R2, it's this one. What kind of fancy mineral water? It was Fiji water. I think it was just plain tap water. Or no, you said filtered water. 91 ohms? I don't think it was 91 ohms. I have it on whatever, continuity mode. I'll measure it again for you. So I'm assuming this is plus, right? So we'll go plus on this side. And I'll poke it hard, real hard. We're in the kilo ohms, 1.8. 1.9, whatever it takes. So it's filling up. This is an inductor right here. That's an inductor. So this is, imagine voltage coming through here, energizing this area right here, and then, or versa versa. It could be coming out this way. I don't know. But usually they come in through those inductors. And we have this corrosion here. Aha! We got more. We got more. Oh man, it's the gift that keeps giving. Sometimes I feel like I'm just like a cleaning lady. Send in your cleaning lady. You know how long it took me to clean that laptop, the April Fool's laptop from last week? That took forever. 2K seems okay. It does seem okay. What about this, that guy, that resistor? Way back. Okay, that's fine. All right, looks fine. Okay. Very good. All right, let's just change out that weird one while I'm not forgetting about it. This one right here. Wax on, wax off. Thought I saw something sus. Where's it at? In a different spot? Let me get this crazy one that has a weird line in it. Why do you have a line in this? Is this soothing? Just watching me clean a motherboard? Alright, get that guy off of there. It looks so weird. What is that line on there? Yeah. Oh, there's more on the side. Yeah, I'm glad we're changing this out. Yeah, what do you think of that? Look at the side of it. I don't know, but he's gone. We got him. We got him. So this is why we take our time, right? Because if we had it where we're just like raw dogging, you can't really raw dog a water damage. This is a good one, by the way. This board is a bad board, but a good cap. It's the exact same model. When in doubt, change it out. Raw dog style. I haven't put any flux on here yet because I'm crazy Nate. Crazy Nate. All right, we'll have flux now. Looks like coffee stains, and yet it's not. That does look like coffee stains. It looks like something internal is like leaking out the sides of it or something. Okay. All right. So now we can clean this whole area, right? Everything else look okay? Here, I'll zoom out for you. Get the whole picture. Everything else look okay? Oh, raw dogging it. Way to go, 98% of the time. I know, I gotta be a little bit cautious. Especially if the person who owns the laptops is watching me work. Some people don't like you watching them work. Whistle while I work. Okay, so that's done. Very clean, very clean. So I'm happy with that. Okay, did we already clean over here? Wasn't there something over here? Did we clean this? Over here? Yeah, so once we have the board working, then we throw it in the ultrasonic cleaner at the end. That's how you do it. You get all this stuff off of there, and the ultrasonic cleaner will make sure that we don't get any more corrosion growing anywhere. Growing like moss. We got throwback projects near PL 1011 beige cap looks correct. Okay, so PL, where are we going back to? PL 11. So we're going to go back this way. PL 11, PL 11, PL 11. Where am I going? Where's PL 11? PL 1011, I mean, but. PL 1011. I love whenever you tell me the number, but then I don't know where it is on the board. I think that's so funny. Where is it? Where is it at? Here, I'm going to zoom out. You were just there. So over here somewhere? I don't see PL10. To the left. To the left. To the left. You were just on it. I was just on it. Maybe it's a tiny one. I'm just looking for a tiny one. I was just on it. How could I just be on it when I wasn't on it? Over here? That's 1202. Okay. Up, close, middle, here. Up, up, up. Okay, so if we go up, we go this way, right? No. Control F. Fine, okay. You're smarter than me. Up, up, up. Yeah, let me find it here. Actually, I don't have a board view pulled up for this anyway, so let's see if we can do that. I don't have an R2 though. X17 R2, I only got an R1. Damn it, man. Damn it. Top left of the screen. All right, so top left of the screen is this way. Okay, so we're going this way. Ah, right there. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah, it does look a little sussy. It's just weird coloring around it for sure. Let me clean it a little bit more. Yeah, I was looking for a big inductor. That's why I'm like, this PL business could be a little tiny inductor. Upper left corner. So this one looked a little suspicious to me, but you're thinking one of these other ones? That was just a hair. That's like a... Looks fuzzy. Looks fuzzy. I got a little fuzz over here. Feels like we're playing Pokemon. Yeah. Twist the polarizer. Okay, so here's just like straight non-polarized. You're not going to even rotate the whole board this way. And then turn the polarizer. So I see a little mark right there. Is that what we're talking about? I think they look okay. It's like so much fuzz, so much fuss. Test them. You guys are smart. Okay, so go that way with it, and I flip it, then we should have it charged the other way. It should beep for a second, and then go back. Good. 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 Oops. Good. That one's not doing either way. Yep. Yeah, those are charging up properly. Almost 1,000 viewers. How are you guys doing? 1,000 people. Oh, man, I'm already tired here. That test at 0 ohm resistance, neither one of them tests at 0. So basically when you hold it down for a second, it charges capacitors and then stops. See that? And then you got to flip it around. It will charge it up the opposite direction and then stop. So as it's charging up capacitors, it will always say 0 because it's all just dumping stuff in. And then as it fills up, it's done. So power up test, no, we're almost done. So those, I think that stuff's fine, but we'll put it in the back of our head in case we have an issue. And then we're almost around the entire board, and the only spot that we need to deal with still is this whole area. So that's the last part I wanted to get to, but I just want to make sure all this stuff looks good. And but I think everything else was good. I think we got them all good. Okay, so let's address that last little area, and then we can turn it on. All right, so we're going to examine these, and these look a little whack. This one looks a little wacky. This one looks a little wacky. Resistor. Usually when a resistor is completely covered is when I'm worried. That one might be a little wacky. And then, is this a burn right here? We got that back there. So those are the major concerns. Here we go. Cleaning up. Everyone get a picture of what it is. At least that's why we're filming it. It makes it easier because then we can go back. See, look at this even. You see that where it's like they had some sort of oxidation bridge right there. So it definitely was shorting out across those pins at one point. Okay. I want to replace this one. That one looks really ugly. I want to replace this one right here. And was it this resistor I wanted to? Oh, it looks okay. So those two are the two that I saw. Is there another one of interest? Maybe this one here. So that one, and then this other one over here. Anything else? Look at all that hair. Ugh. We're close to 1,000 viewers and then it dropped back. It's because you have to, everyone has to like this stream and then it will jump up even higher. It's probably because I'm sitting here just cleaning a motherboard. It can't be that entertaining. I haven't done anything yet. Dark solder. The dark solder man. Okay, second component next to PLZ12. PLZ12, so we got an inductor, and then we have, so I'm going to do this guy right here. The inductor looks okay. It's not going to be a big deal. Because the carbon conductive, you had to spill the PCB, needed clean only. Because this is the carbon I was thinking was right between these two. That's why we had to clean it. Dark solder. Yeah, I hate this dark solder stuff. Corroded. Where else is the dark solder? Oh yeah, you got 979 plus 109. We're over 1,000. Usually we have a lot more on YouTube, but not on Wednesdays. Most of the time Wednesdays are a little bit less than, like Sundays we usually get a lot more people. All right, I'm gonna grab that one off of there and I'm gonna grab, wait, that one and this one. Let me grab all those. To the right of the first component, probe coils. Well, we already did the coil probe earlier, but yeah, I can show you. So we have, this is the main power rail. No, it's kind of open here. And then these are going to be 5 ohms, which is perfect. And this is 100 and something. This is the iGPU, the integrated graphics in the CPU. And then these are going to be all the actual CPU power phases. Reverse coil probing. So if we reverse the coil, now we're at 36, 27, whatever it takes. And go back the other way. 40. How did we get to 40? Oh, okay, this is a different coil. So these are 5s, all of those, and this one it's its own. It's a 40 ohm, and this is a 128 or something like that, 120. PLZ12. PLZ12. So we have this, but I don't know what you're talking about for PLZ12. Like, this inductor is PLZ12, but you're thinking that one of these resistors over here? I mean, this resistor looks a little bit weird, so maybe I can do this one, since we're already doing it. Yeah, let's do that one too. Yeah, let me just grab all these off of here and we'll move them over. Finally got in chat. What, were you blocked out? Are they not letting you in? Well, welcome, Robert. Welcome. All right, so we're going to remove these 4 components, and then we'll make sure everything looks good. So there's 1, 2, 3. Sorry, I have to move this up for you. 4. PLZ is a Zener. So power inductor, Zener. I mean, I don't think it's a Zener. These are inductors. They're power inductors. That's what PL stands for, power inductor. I don't know what the Z stands for. I was assuming it has to do with the CPU, because all these are Z, all the Z stages, all of this stuff. So it's the power inductor that goes to the CPU stage. What microscopic camera are you currently working with? I got a link in the video description. It's an amp scope, trinocular amp scope. All right, is this the same board? It is. Okay, so let's grab this one first. So this could be kind of a pain because I'm stacking these boards on top of each other and then it's out of focus. I have to keep doing this. I'm just going to tack them all in place and then we'll solder them correctly. Chernobyl. Oh yeah, look at that. I forgot this one is the one with the huge explosion there. I need this guy. Is that the right one I just took? I think it is. There are a few cameras. The camera I'm using is the one I think it's linked to like AliExpress because I can't find it anywhere else. So it's the Ryzen Cam with the IMX. What is it? 678? IMX 678 sensor. It's an okay, it's 4K 30. You can run 4K, party foul. When I pulled this board off, I bumped it and lost my resistor. It's on the board somewhere. Let's see if I can dump it off of here. Like it was in my tweezers. Toothbrush is falling apart. You need a new one. I know. I just need to grab another. I got a plethora. Where is my darn thing here? And I got a bunch of them over here that I'm using. We didn't measure it. We don't even know what it is. Well. Ninth dimension. No, I bumped it. Is this it? Can't tell. These things are so tiny. Darn, man. All right, let me see if I have another donor board, just so or a board that I can measure off of. Or let's just see if the board view actually has it in it. I don't know if the board view even has this one in it because it's a different layout. See, this board I have has a chipset here, and this is the R1 board. The R2 board has the chipset built into the CPU, so this is all different. Oh yeah, see it has double power stages on the CPU. So it's not the same board layout. Plus this is reversed. There we go. But yeah, it's not the same board. So what do we do? So for people that don't know what I just did, I was trying to transfer a resistor from one board to another, had it in my tweezers, and I was moving this board out of the way. I was holding it here, and I went like this and kind of bumped it, and it knocked it out of my tweezers. And I have no idea what the value is. This is an L613P board. Does anyone have a board view for it? A 613P, you have one? Maybe I have one. Maybe I think I don't have one, but maybe I do. I haven't looked. I'm pretty sure I didn't have it. 613P. Ah, I do have a 613P, but it's marked as a X15, not a 17. Okay, all right, so I have one. Crisis averted. It's just not labeled correctly. It's actually labeled as a 15. Thank you, people. Okay. All right, so this is the resistor we just took off, was right here. Yeah, that's it. There's those power inductors. So is this one right here? It's a 1K. A 1K. All right. And can we steal this one? Oh, that's a 0. What about this one? 2. What about this one? Nope. 15, 44. I'm just going to try to find another one on here I could steal. Because I probably have a 1K in my drawer, but it'd be easier to just take it off of this. 1.5, 91. Well, let me see if I have one. I don't have that many passive components because I'm usually just taking them off boards. I don't need them. 100, 100. I can't see the chat right now, people. I'm sorry. My brain trust is talking to me, but I cannot see what you're saying. I'm looking for a 1K. Where are you? 1K. 1K. Okay, it just happened to be the only 1K in that area. All right, let me just check my drawer. I might have one. What size was the 0204? 0204 1K. All right, 1K, 1%, probably a voltage divider. It looked to me like it was just sending 20 volts over. Can't search for a 1K. Can you? I can search for 1K in the schematics, but I don't necessarily have the schematics. Chat says there's left of the board, the match cheer chat. Oh, wait, it says the left of the board on the mat. Oh, let's see. Here, let's see. Right over here, this thing. Oh, there's this right here. It's hard to see what this stuff is. I know there's one over here, but this is probably the original one, because that's where I was putting all those components, is over here. Here, let's just do this. My microscope doesn't go that far. I don't have that much reach. What is that? I don't know. Don't have that much room. What's this? That's capacitor. Capacitor. Piece of trash. Nice. Capacitor. All right, let me just dig in my drawer. This is taking too long. Just get it over with, people. Resistor. Oh, look at that. The very top. 0204 1Ks. I'm like, what am I stressing out about? That's funny. Okay. I bought a bunch of different sizes and values, but I never use them, so I never know if I have them. Can you spray your mat off with a tissue? That's what I should do, right? I'm constantly cleaning this thing multiple times a day. Voltage injection on the mat. Go thermal. All right, so we need to put this right here, or else this board won't turn on. And then we just need to reflow those pieces we put on there. It's just so tiny. Did you look by the tweezers? I mean, lower, lower, under your hand. What? Y'all actually see it? You're like, no, it's sitting on the board. It's still sitting there. That'd be funny. Okay. I spray my mat and lift everything with a tissue, a sticky tissue. I swear by a vacuum cleaner has thousands of 0102s. That's funny. Oh, proper nice, proper nice. Tombstone, what are you doing to me? Let's go upside down today. Okay, now we're flux everything. They don't give it any flux. I like to start out tacking it in place, and then we'll flux it in place. See? Look how happy the flux is. It's just bloop, bloop. Look at all those things. And then it's less work. Okay, I think we're good. All right, this board's brand new now. It's ready to turn on, ready to fire up. Now we're cooking. You fix only laptops? Dell and Alienware laptops only. And my company specializes only in Dell and Alienware and laptops. That is it. Gotta be good at something. Guess we need to clean my tweezers. 3, 2, 1, factory smoke. We definitely don't want any smoke. If this thing burns out, I'm gonna be mad. I feel like we did our due diligence of making sure everything was good. But there is still a chance that something is completely, horribly wrong on this, but we haven't detected a single short anywhere. So, let's plug it in on the bench and we'll go thermal when we turn it on. That way we can see this power phases turning on. I said it correctly. Watch me say it correctly from here on out. Corrosion was a short. Corrosion could be a partial short is kind of what it is. And the board can actually detect that there's issues by doing that. How about the exploded capacitor? What exploded capacitor? Oh yeah, the one that kind of looked. We don't know for sure if those were exploded or not, but you know. But I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so we do have a vote up there. Will it work? So we're going to go thermal. We're going to put this under our thermal camera. So if you're on Twitch, hit the vote button. There's only 2 votes, but we've got 100 and something people. And if you're on YouTube, you know what to do. So the vote is up there. So here's our beautiful board. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Do I have a power button on this side? Or do I have to flip it over? I think I have to flip it over to turn it on. So here's our power button. This is where the wires hook up, and I'm just going to have to touch the 2 wires together. I'll put RAM in there just to be nice. All right. Fix my laptop. Why are you spamming, bro? Don't be spamming. I'm voting no just because this is the second option. There you go. To anti-boycott the first option. All right, so I'm going to put Spike's power meter up there. I'm going to reset it so we have our max current down to 0. And so when I plug this thing in, actually we'll do it under the thermal camera like I was saying. Where's our power meter for the thermal camera? There we go. All right, keep an eye on any heat spots that happen when I plug it in. Ready? 3, 2, 1. So point, that's not good. What was that? Did you see that spike to 300 milliamps? It should not have done that. Unless maybe we had, hey, we got 2 spammers coming in here. Wow, that person is interesting. Okay, so we shouldn't have had it spike up to that. All right, so normally it should sit there at 0.02. Maybe we'll go at 0.1 for a second and then go back down to 0.02, but we have some sort of issue, or it could be an actual, filling up all the capacitors or something like that. So I'm gonna unplug it, we're gonna plug it back in. I just wanna see if it does it again. 3, 2, 1, plugged it back in. Is that the same spike again? Here, hold on, I'm gonna reset it. Reset it, okay. I'm gonna plug it in one more time. 3, 2, 1. All right, well, it did not jump up that time. So maybe it was just filling up a capacitor that it wanted to fill up. All right, so I'm gonna, wow. How many accounts does this person have? Interesting. Interesting. All right, here we go. I'm going to power it on. What do you see on the main power rail? Oh yeah, I guess we can measure the main power rail before we turn it on. See if we have our 3 volt, 5 volt. You're smart. Here we go. So here's our main power rail, or here's where the power comes in. It's going to come to this right here. We got 20 volts on the main power rail. And then let's check our 3 volt and our 5 volt power rails, make sure those are present. Which are going to be over here. I'm pretty distracted by the chat. I've never seen anything like that. 3.4 and 5. So we do have all that. I actually want to clean that a little bit more. Does that look okay? We're going to ultrasonic cleaner the rest of this. All right, so everything looks good. Yeah, that's a lot of accounts just to put the same stupid comment in. I mean, it's pretty interesting. Weird comment too. Okay, I'm going to power it on because I'm crazy Nate. Y'all ready? Here we go. So I'm going to power it on in 3, 2, 1. 0.2, 0.3. We can see the backs of the CPU getting hot and turning off. So it looks good to me at that point. So what I'm seeing there is we actually have a pretty good startup curve. Looks like 70% said it will work, 60% said it will work, so 6, 7. So most likely it's going to power on. Now we're not going to sit here and put real stuff on here because we're going to end up ultrasonic cleaning this anyway, or I will do it later unless y'all want me to do it now. But I can do it tomorrow. But I do want to make this post, so I have to clean off. Well, I'll just put a little thermal paste on that. We're going to clean off this liquid metal right here, though. 6, 7. Do y'all like how I sneak that in there? That was for the youths. Utes. What's a ute? You guys know that reference? For the utes? Again, interesting. I concur. I don't understand people. LCD connector. Ah, yes. Let's do the LCD connector too. Let's do the LCD connector. And we have to actually do a little bit of milling on your heatsink here too. You know why? Because liquid metal comes to destroy heatsinks. My cousin Benny, boom, you got it. I have not watched it in a while, and I actually want to watch that with my kids. I think it's kid appropriate, right? 13 and 16-year-olds, they can handle it. I think they can handle it. My biological clock is ticking. That's Marissa Tomei, right? All right, so here's our issue with this area right here, is we have a bunch of measles on the heatsink. So it's basically built up corrosion or like high spots. And you guys saw this in the video a while back where I had to kind of grind it down a little bit. So the main thing that we have, the main issue is that these are, let me see if I can find something to scratch with here. It's like super hard. And what I have tried, because I've tried a bunch of different things, because pretty much every other liquid metal machine that I have to deal with has this issue, and it's usually on the copper ones. So all the M16s and M18s, they have steel or nickel maybe, I don't know, it's not copper. And they're fine, but it's just these. So I tried doing it with a razor blade, and I'm able to cut this layer off of here. But this liquid metal becomes like rock hard is what ends up happening. Can you kind of see how risen up it is? Let's see. So that's too reflective. Okay, watch. This is like liquid metal that turned into this other metal. I think it kind of fused with it, maybe? I don't know. I don't really understand it. So I use my grinder, and then I'll use this just to get this to lay down flat again. And then some sandpaper. Okay, so it's getting flatter. You were set up with a date with Marissa Tomei one time? What? No. No. That'd be pretty cool. So here's isopropyl, and then I'm just going to use this sandpaper, and I'm just hitting it really lightly. I'm trying not to actually work with anything else but the actual high spots here. And I'm not pressing down hard. So I'm just trying to get as flat as possible. Donor board member for 6 months. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Sam. My grinder. All this stuff. This is like I'm not even doing repair. See, this is the grinder. This is what liquid metal is all about. Performance. It's an performance enhancing. It's an impurity in the copper. Do you think that's what it is? Are you a chemist? I was trying to figure out like how these alloys worked. Looks crystallized. It's not crystallized. It's like it's merging with the other metals. I mean, I don't understand. I didn't take the chemistry, so I don't understand that very much. But all right, I'm just gonna have to keep doing this. Sometimes it's so hard I cannot get it to actually rise or whittle down. If I put it on a block to try to keep it flatter, I'm not really pressing hard though, so. Try heating it with a wick. Yeah, let me show you what heating does. You would think heating would change something, right? You're just getting upset. All right. So let's heat it up. So there's still like it's still risen up here. Okay. Let's put it at 450. 450. You would think, right? Something. The liquid metal has risen up. Yeah, nothing is happening here. Okay, it's galvanic corrosion. That's a new band name. Death metal band, right? Galvanic corrosion. Shave it with the razor. Shave it with the razor. Shave it with the razor. So yeah, let me break the end of my razor off so I get a fresh tip. The newest metal band is galvanic corrosion. Sometimes I crack myself up. Okay, got a fresh tip. Combined with solder. I don't want to put solder on the heatsink though. That's the problem. It's so hard. It's just like, it's like whittling metal. Okay, now I'm down to the heatsink. Look, I just kind of made a mark on the heatsink. Now the CPU isn't even resting in this area. Yeah, when it gets bad like this, you almost have to buy a new heatsink. Yeah, I only like taking the first layer off with this because I don't want to end up hitting the actual heatsink itself. So I usually just take the first layer off and then use the sandpaper to bring it the rest of the way. Because I don't want to take chunks. Yeah, that's as far as I want to go with that razor blade. Ends up causing more damage. Use low grit sandpaper. So that's what I'm basically using right now. This is 500, I think. And I'm not pressing hard. I just kind of let it sit there. And then what I do at the end is I actually put heatsink compound on here, and then I use that as my polishing agent. Needs a new heatsink. Yep. As long as I can get it flat, we're okay. Try 40 grit. Yeah, 40 grit put some big old scratches in there. Process is known as liquid metals and embrittlement. It's another band name. Hulk 1000 laser cleaner. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, so you can see how the razor blade kind of nicked right there, but I'm pretty flat now on all this area. This side's a little high still. You can see the little edges around here. Anyway, what I think is funny about all these things that I'm doing right here is like, this is not even repair. This is just kind of like other stuff. Saved another laptop. Jack, thank you. Saved another laptop member. Thank you so much. You guys are so generous. All right, last thing I'm going to do is I take heatsink compound, which it's almost like a grit in there, an aggregate. And then I use a piece of paper. Where's it at? And some alcohol, and then that's what I use to actually polish at the back. Get it nice and polished up. Would sharpening stone work better? Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Because it's flat, has some sort of grit on it, but it's not too abrasive, I guess. All right, let's see how well that came out. Okay. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Not perfect. But look. Let's see how easy it is to clean that up. You ready? This is just regular thermal compound. 1, 2, 3. This just is a plastic scribe. There you go, all done. Okay, those are ready to go. Sharpening stone would handle it better. It's definitely an interesting idea. All right. Have you found a chair yet? So I've sat in 35 chairs, maybe 40 chairs, and I haven't went back out and looked at anything recently. I looked last week and I sat in a bunch of stuff. I still have a few more stops, but right now the chairs that I actually liked the most was at Office Depot still. I haven't found anything anywhere else that had, oh, a chair search video. I'm not very good at vlogging, if that's what you're talking about. Like, oh, I'm looking at a chair here. Plus, I don't know how much people would find that interesting, but I guess if you're asking about it. I'm not a vlogger. So I'm just putting a little bit of heat-sink compound on here. I don't really care because we're going to end up putting PTM 7950 on it after I do the ultrasonic cleaner bath, which we'll do that in another video. All we want to do is see if we can get a picture on the screen, make sure everything works, and then we will move on to the next computer, which is, you're going to help me figure out this crazy issue, right? De-rusting lasers. Oh, I saw that. I saw that too. Brass spring rail thing at the start. Brass spring rail. Oh, I forgot about the, wait, brass spring rail thing. What are you talking about, Andrew? Brass springy rail thing at the start, question mark? Clarify. But I did remember that the 4 laptops that was sent in to me, whatever's, sent an actual puzzle, 3D puzzle too. I forgot to mention that. What are we talking about? LCD connector, right, LCD connector, thank you. LCD connector is what we're talking about. I think we're gonna be okay for right now, and then we'll glue it back together, or hold it down. Third donation to the chair fund, thank you. Thank you, Ian. The spring thing was the LCD connector. So what we're talking about is the LCD connector is kind of dangly a little bit, and we're gonna try to fix that. So all I'm gonna do is put some UV curing stuff here, which I'm not gonna do that right now. I'm just gonna make sure it works, right? Or do you think we should do it right now? Yeah, I'm now wishy-washy. Should I do it now before we test? I don't want to test it. You need a never dull. Is that a sharpening stone? I have sharpening stones at home. I have a bunch of them. And believe it or not, I have a lot of sharpening stones, and I've never been successful at sharpening a freaking knife. That's why I keep buying more sharpening stone, and I hate the outcome every single time. Test, test, test. I think we should test. I'm just ready for satisfaction. Solder. Well, we're not going to solder. We're just going to put some solder mask on here and then hold it down with the UV curing line. It won't really take that long, but I want to test. I think we're going to test. It felt good to me. All right. There we go. So we replaced 6, 7 components and cleaned up quite a bit of corrosion all over the board, but made sure that we didn't have any suspicious things. When in doubt, we replaced it or threw it out. And why does this not want to go in here? What are you doing, buddy? Gritty, thank you, 6, 7. Isn't there a new number now that you're doing, like 41 or something like that? Is that the new number? I know these are all sports metaphors. What is going on? Get in your home. '69's the new number. That's the number that never goes away. Oh, my pen cap was in the way. Okay, here we go. 69. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I know Salem Texperts, he uses 69 a lot as a reference. So that's still in play all the time. Gosh. This board is so annoying when there's like little cables you have to tuck around corners and up under things and around things. 42 was a nerd alert, 7x7. Oh, 7x7. Is that what they say? 7x7. 67. You paid $67,000 for your house in 1995. That sounds like a good deal in 1995 even. Let's see, my first house was bought in 04 for $150. For $150. And that house now, I mean, I don't own it anymore, but I think it's selling for about $800 now, maybe. Cable's still under the board. I have all the cables, I think. I have the Wi-Fi cables are right here. There's a couple Wi-Fi cables that are under the board a little bit right there. God, it's just the stupid batteries in my way. All the rest of the cables in the right spot. Let me see if I can get the Wi-Fi cables. Wi-Fi cables. Stupid Wi-Fi cables. There we go. There's one. $157. Me. Okay. All right, that's good enough. Good enough to test with. 180 in 2007, now 280. So you got a house for 180 in 2017. Wow, what city, what town is that? I guess Austin's way more expensive. Because I was just like, it's been hard to find something under 300 basically for a while. If we rush, we make mistakes. I will try not to rush, but I also don't want to spend too much time. Conroe, okay. Murder, Death, Kill. Oh, I love that movie. 187 with Samuel L. Jackson. Are you done? It's a good movie. Dallas is cheap on the outskirts. Oh, because is there a lot of houses? Is that why it's so cheap? I know that Fort Worth was pretty cheap. Oh, $24,000 in 1970. Ooh, that thing is probably 20 times that now. 183 for the first home in 1998. 325 in 2004. Let's say Boston. Okay, so Boston 2015, 255. Now it's 480. Okay. That's not too bad of a growth on that. Murder, Death, Kill movie is Sylvester Stallone. But there's a movie called 187 that is Samuel L. Jackson, is what I was talking about. You're doing okay. I'm doing okay. Okay. All right, are we gonna get a picture? Houses? Who has those? Yeah, I know, that's what I feel bad for, like some of the younger generation, you know? All right, we got keyboard backlight. CMOS reset doesn't take very long. You're in Austin also, so you've got to see the boom and bust at this point because it's getting pretty expensive. It's resilient is what they always say, but I'm like, yeah, but we didn't have, in 2008, we didn't have house growth by 10% or 10 times or whatever. in a short period of time. Like my house that I'm in right now was worth double during the pandemic than it is right now. Why? Because we have picture. I can't believe. I don't see picture. Just look for an error code right here. 12 Monkeys. Oh, that's another top movie of mine. That's a good movie. Mega, good call on that one. Total Recall, top movie. The Three-Boobed Lady, every boy's dream. Mine's worth 3 times what you paid for it. We have picture. I can't believe I saved another laptop. 240 watt is what I have plugged into it. We can put a 330 on here if we want. We can go 330, whatever it takes. So I'll plug in a 330. All right, 330 is plugged in now. And keyboard works. Stay out of Texas. Oh no. Which Total Recall? Oh, yes. Are you really kidding me? The brand new one is what we're talking about. Sharon Stone is what we're talking about. What's in the box? 7. Oh, you know, I never made it through 7. I started reading the book too, right? That's, who was that? Why am I blanking on the author? But 7 was just too over my head. Because I don't know enough about religion to follow it. That's the problem. Okay, Dell logo or Alienware logo. What's in the box? Which box are we talking about? Is it the Saturday Night Live? I win. 7 was great. Should I actually give it another chance? I just don't, like I said, even for somebody who doesn't know anything about religion. Yeah, it's Brad Pitt and Samuel L. Jackson also, right? Or is it? It's no, Morgan Freeman. Andrew Kevin Walker. Oh, brother, where art thou? Oh, I just remember the soundtrack. I don't know. Morgan Freeman. I love him. Shawshank Redemption. That's top movie right there. Shawshank Redemption. You know, I was talking about The Castle the other day. Do you remember? Have you all seen The Castle? That's a really good movie. That's another prison movie, though. And that's with Robert Redford, I believe, and the guy from The Sopranos. Let's see, Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai in the Eighth Dimension. I don't know that one. Donnie Darko, that's a top. I saw Green Mile not too long ago, actually. Molly's Game, not too bad either. Yeah, Donnie Darko's. Yeah, I probably should watch that one again. It's been a while. Childhood's End in Now Times. Shawshank Redemption is insanely well made. Yeah, and I have the was it 4 Seasons or whatever, the Stephen King short novellas that has the Stand By Me in it too. Shameless on Netflix. I know, I've watched some of that. Y'all are all doing Stephen King's now. Flash Gordon, Aliens. John Malkovich. Being John Malkovich, that's just a weird concept. Whoever wrote that, right? The Godfather. The Godfather. The Holy Grail. Inconceivable. Buckaroo Banzai. I've never even heard of that. Is it a foreign? I mean, is it U.S. or is it outside the U.S.? What is it? Shawshank is awesome. Pardon. Sting. The Sting and Dead Poet Society. Dead Poet Society. I vouched for that one. The poll is still open, thank you. Poll is gone. Last Boy Scout. What's eating Gilbert Grape? Did y'all see that? Corey Feldman was saying, I was actually cast for that. And then he, like, later on was like, I never said that. And they're like playing scenes where he's like, no, I said I was cast for that. He was not cast for that. He was not cast for that. He was maybe like one of the people that they were maybe thinking about. Corey Feldman is what I was talking about. Young Frankenstein. All right, I'm just running a diagnostic on this. So What's Eating Gilbert Grape is actually filmed right outside of Austin, and so I've been to the actual house property. They throw parties out there, so it's a house that they rent out for different things, and so I went out there about 10 or 15 years ago. LA Confidential is good. Old School. Tron. Oh, speaking of Tron, here, while this is booting up here, I made 2 new shirts, limited edition, okay? Limited edition shirts, but I want you to tell me what you think, okay? One of them's Tron inspired, and so this is my Tron inspired t-shirt here. I probe aliens for science. Oh, there you go. And then the other shirt that I made, I'm not going to have them up for too long, so if y'all are wanting it, this is the other one I made. I probe aliens for science. Because I was trying to come up with a for science shirt, and I was like, what can I say? Oh, I absolutely probe aliens for science. So if y'all want that, I have links in the video description, and so I'll probably have them up on the site on this whatever it is spread shop for a month or so, and then I'll take them down. But so y'all pick those up if y'all want them. That's sick. The first one, yeah, you like the first one, the Tron inspired one. All right, so it says hard drive not installed. That's fine. We're just gonna look at the rest of the stuff, but looks like it's charging. Looks like it's running here. So we are going to move on to the next laptop because I think everything's good to go on this. So what I'm going to do to finish this thing up is, I'm not going to do it now, but I'm going to take it and put it in an ultrasonic cleaner tomorrow. We'll get it made sure that all the corrosion is going to be gone and it won't come back. And then when I put it back together, I put PTM 7950 on it. We'll clean all the fans, put it all back together like it's a brand new factory, and then that way we can go out. So we don't need to do that right now, right? Remo Williams, the adventure begins. For the chair fund, thank you, Tazzy. 50 A's. I don't know what 50 A's are, but I'll take it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. $34 in US. That is very generous. Thank you for that. Okay, so do y'all, we had 34% vote for my weird laptop. So are y'all up for doing something weird that I don't know the answer to and I'm trying to get y'all to help me? Or should I just go on to one of these other ones where we're going to kind of figure it out together? Or we can at least mess with it for 20 minutes or 30 minutes or something, you know? Because we have plenty of time. Still got plenty of time. Help me figure it out issue. The strange help me figure it out issue. Let's do the voltage detection issue. Okay, so everyone get their board views out. So Lead Farmer, you ready? So the board you're going to be looking at, and whoever else is going to be able to look at these with me, but I need help figuring out. So 2 different things we're going to need to do. We're going to need to figure out where the high voltage or over voltage protection circuit is on what chips, and then how we can reduce the voltage going to those places. Yes, the weirder the better. Yeah, sometimes. It depends. It depends. Let me tell you what board it is, though. Okay, so the board you're going to be probing. Ah, and here's the DC jack I was looking for. I was looking for this today. I was like, where's my DC jack? Where's my DC jack? Okay, so here it is. And so the board that we're looking at is a, thank you, Ruthless. What? Is that what I'm, what? 100, is that 139 Canadian? For the bourbon and chair fund? $100 US? Bro, thank you for that. Wow. Thank you, wow. For science. Okay, find the voltage driver, go. Nobody says. Okay. So here's the board number. It's an LAL761P. LA761P. There's a P at the end on that. All right, so everyone gets their board views pulled up. And I'm going to show you the issue. And then you're going to be like, what the what? And I'm going to be like, what the what? And then you're going to be like, what? And I'm going to be like, yeah, exactly. All right, let me plug it in and show you. A bit excessive. It's a bit excessive, but I'll take it for the chair fund. My chair fund is starting to build up. So my plan is I'm probably trying to get a chair for close to, you know, I mean, $1,000, which seems like a lot of money for a chair, but apparently it's not, right? If you're going to get a good chair. What's the board revision? Good. I don't know. Why do you throw me a loop? It's underneath the heatsink here, so I don't know. But the one that I'm looking at is version 1. Revision 1 is what I'm looking at. If I sit all day, then I need a good chair. Yeah, when I went to Herman Miller and I was like, okay, I sit in this chair for 10 hours, 11 hours a day, and they're like, okay, the only chair that we have that can do that is this chair. And I was like, what? And it's the only chair that actually was kind of close to being comfortable to me out of all the chairs I sat in. And then it still wasn't like adjustable enough for me, because basically the issue is, so right here I'm sitting in this chair, okay? Here, I'll turn it like that maybe. And when I'm in the microscope, I have to kind of sit like this. And so I have no back support. So I need a chair that has a back support that actually is pushing on my back here. And then, so I'm constantly like sliding back in my chair, if you notice, because I'm trying to get it to push on my back. And so they had one chair that kind of did that and it had like an adjuster. But there was 2 chairs at Office Depot that were about $500 that had that adjustment already built in and it was fine. And the Herman Miller chair was $2,000 for the chair. Michael, thank you. Thank you, Michael. Okay, so I'm just trying to show you what this is doing. And you're going to be like, what? And I'm going to be like, what? Okay. So it works fine on battery. I can run it on battery all day long. I can run stress tests. I can do whatever I want with it on battery. So I'll go ahead and power it on. It's going to take a second here. And if we look at spike, what is spike at? 19.87. Let me find, I need to get something that has less volts than that. Let me get something with, that has 20 volts on that one. Let me find another charger. So what I found is anything over 19.6 volts, the board will not run off that and it shuts it off. $500 for a chair, engineering desk. This is where you're, wait, put your gear where you're comfortable. Yeah, because I need it, if I could raise this up maybe, or no, because the main issue is like, if I have to get my eyes in a certain spot, and this thing has to move up and down, and then sometimes I have to adjust. And so I'm a lot of times I'm sitting with my shoulders up too, and so I have a lot of pain in my shoulders because of the way that I have to kind of sit. All right, so this is another charger, and this charger right here, 19.6, and this charger works perfectly fine on it. And originally I was thinking because it's 180 watts underwatted, it was working fine, but I found a 330 watt that's 180 watts. And that one works fine. So here, I'm just gonna go on the screen right here. Okay, so it's on, it's working. New chair fund, love it, Nate. Thank you, Mega. $10 from Mega. Thank you so much. Okay, reset current. Okay. I wish I could send y'all a command to reset my current meter. That would be cool. I need to come up with that. Sounds like a Zener fail. Ooh, okay, Dave, I like it. I don't know. I spent so many hours on this, so you guys are going to tell me everything. I think a voltage divider. I was playing around with that too. All right, so I'm going to plug this in, and it's working fine. And the voltage dropped down to 19.47, right? When it plugged in. And the battery's at 56% charged. It's charging, but this is only 180 watt charger, so it's underwatted, okay? All right, so now let's do a charger that is 19.8 volts. Okay, 19.8 volts, ready? Or 19.87, let me line it up. Okay, watch it. Do I need to reset the max again? Here, I'll reset the max. Darn it. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. What? It wasn't supposed to do that. Is it fixed? No, it's not fixed. This is where it tricks you. So now you think it's working right now because I did the 19.8 one. The 19.7s, 19.8s will work sometimes. When the battery gets all the way charged up, it stops working. So I'm going to unplug it. Plug it back in. It's still working. Okay, hold on. Okay, let's go to the 20 volt one. We're going to go to the 20 volt one. Okay, this is what all chargers are now. There's a blink code. It's a 3.1 blink code because I just turned it on from a CMOS reset. Okay, crowbar power protection diode. Is that a real thing? Okay, I'm going to plug in this 20 volt one. Ready? 3, 2, 1. There it goes. That's what we're looking for. So the screen turns off, and usually the current goes down to 0.24, but maybe because I have the battery plugged in. And the keyboard's still on, and that's it. Okay. Do a 21 volt charger. So now the only way to get this thing to turn back on is, I believe, I hold down the power button. Let's see if this works. I can't remember now. Hold down the power button. Nope, I have to unplug the battery. I think it's the only thing I can do is unplug the battery. We fixed it. Be $100 each. Okay. So now I got to unplug the battery. Let me plug it back in. No effect. Okay, so now I can plug it back in. It works. So let me go back to this. I know that this 19.8 volt battery, charger was not working most of the time. So I'm going to tell you something that I tried, because one's a 330 watt, one's a 240 watt, one's a 180 watt. The 180 is working. The 330 just worked for me. The 240 did not work. So one thing I did do is I disconnected the PSID inductor, so therefore the PSID pin was not even in the picture at all. So that's how I verified that it was a voltage thing and not the actual detection of what the wattage was. So get the $100 chair from until you find a $1,000 chair. I almost think I have an Alienware gaming chair in my office that I don't sit in my office very often. I was thinking about just pulling that chair over here, or I just need to put some sort of back thing here. You saw a wisp of smoke. You're kidding me. It came from the connector. Are you what? You're messing with me. If you can give me a screenshot, I'll take it. What year is this unit? This is a 23, I think. This is a Ryzen 6700 with DDR5. Did you try a BIOS? So I've tried all firmware possible. Every piece of firmware that you can think of, I've tried. All the firmwares. All right, get a pillow. I need to shove a pillow back here. I'll be better. Okay, so I'm just going to keep it on this screen. So we're going to plug this one back in. That's funny, this one's doing this now. I know why it's probably working. It's because the battery's charged. Or not charged all the way. Yes, smoke. Do the sniff test. You really saw smoke? Power management unstable. I've replaced the power management chip 3 times. So let's just go through what I have done. I don't know why it just worked with that 19.87 because I've done it a lot. So I disconnected this PSID pin on the charger. So I just took out that inductor and isolated it so it doesn't know what charger was plugged in. Didn't care. I've replaced the power management chip multiple times just to make sure. And I've also injected voltage on sensing lines. So there's voltage sense lines that basically can tell is the charger present. And what I found is that you'll have over voltage at the EC chip. You'll have it where it's over 20 volts. And so I was like, okay, well, I'll even added some diodes in line to bring down the voltage. I've also even taken it out and just used a power supply to put whatever voltage I want there. Was the carbon next to the PSID pin? I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I've been soldering over here so much, so This is all kind of like leftover flux probably. This is a heatsink compound, probably. Okay, let me see what you said. Here, maybe a better stool. I need something to lean back on though. Would you plug in a 20-volt charger? The whole size would freeze and the screen goes black. Correct. So I'm just going to do this one again until it does it. So right as I plug it in, let me reset this. I don't know why this one's not doing it right now, but it's probably because it's either hot, not hot, or what. It's working. Unplug it again. Plug it back in. So I know for a fact if I leave this one plugged in for like an hour or 2 hours, it will end up shutting off and going into the same thing. Because the customer's charger is a 19.7 volt one, and it will work all day long until the battery's like 100% charged, and then it will shut off. What wattage did it come with? A 240 watt. You sent it to me. Really? Smoke came out? Wow. You guys are on it. Let's see. I want to see this smoke. Smoke came out here? What? I don't understand. How did smoke come out there? Oh my gosh. Let's see what premise. You're going to be late. It's your son's birthday. Premise's son's birthday. I didn't know premise that son's birthday was tonight. Copy and paste. Locate the voltage divider and measure on one side. Should be above 3. Yeah, so it's actually 3.412 or something on that voltage divider, which was a little bit high. Under the board. Oh, you know what? So you saw a smoke come out from here. I don't have this board screwed in. Do you think it has something to do with that? Let me put a screw in it. That's pretty funny. He told me he'd be late. Okay. I can't believe it's working with that charger. Now I feel weird. Yeah, under the board. Okay, I could do this on the desk for you too, because I was doing this over and over again on the desk. Here, let me do that. Because this is how I was testing it. I was actually just plugging it in with it on, and then I could see that the current would not jump up to a certain amount. I know that I'm not being able to really recreate it all of a sudden. I haven't worked on this thing for 1 week. So in 1 week, it kind of self-repaired itself, but I think it's just because it's hasn't been actively used. Okay, so I'm gonna plug this in. So right now it looks fine, right? So now I'm gonna power it on. And it's working. Wow. Okay, now I'm gonna go to a 240 watt charger. Okay. 240 watt charger is 20 volts, and I'm going to pull it powered on. This is the charger it's supposed to come with it, okay? The other charger isn't supposed to come with it. This was supposed to come with it. Now I'm going to power it on, and see it only goes to 0.2. That's it. That's as far as it goes, and it does that little spike. All right, I'll reset it again so you can see what it's actually doing. And so this is what the other charger was doing, and I think it will do it eventually. I don't know why it's not doing it right this second. Spikes to 0.4, and then sits at 0.23. Okay, so now let me show you where all the voltages are. Did you test with another battery? The batteries work fine, as long as the battery's in there, but yes, I've tried different batteries too. But it runs off the battery just fine. See, I don't even have a battery installed and it's doing it, so that's why the battery wouldn't have anything to do with it. But all right, so I'll show you the voltages here, just so we're all on the same page. So we have, where's pen? All right, so right here is going to be our 20 volts going in. So 19.8, but you see we have 20.13 going in, but we have 19.8 on this pen. Okay, so of course I just sparked. Did y'all get that? I don't know what I sparked against though. Okay, and then right here is going to be 5 volts, 5.2, and then this is going to be our voltage divider at 3.4. Scope the main power rail. Oh yeah, and that's the other thing is I changed out this current sense resistor here, and I changed out another current sense resistor somewhere. But scoping it, okay, let's scope the main power rail when we plug it in. And we'll see what if it has like a little spike. I shorted another laptop. That fixed it. Now everything's working. Bad kappa resistor will do that. You think a bad kappa resistor will do it where it isn't like cleaning the signal enough when it inrushes? Is that what you're thinking? So right now we're at, let's see, 0.13. So the board's on right now, but it's not on. So it's like actually warm, but it's not on. Okay. Well, good, if we can find the bad cap. All right, so here, let me reset this. Okay, now the board's off all of a sudden. You see it went down to 0? I haven't even done anything. PQB14 choppy or dry. PBQ14. So I've been soldering over here. I've replaced all these MOSFETs here because I'm like, what the what? Why is the board off again? Okay, I need a oscilloscope that just shows up on the screen instead of me having to do this whole picture thing here. All right, I'm going to turn it on. I'm going to plug it in. So we had just kind of a clean spike going up here. This is the current sense resistor. It was dirty, no problem. Go thermal. You want me to do thermal and the oscilloscope all at the same time? Breaking bad filter or choke could be. Inrush current makes more sense. Well, the thing is right now we're not having an issue, right? So if we have it on, let me show you. So right here, 0.01, 0.02 is fine. I plug a battery in, it will charge the battery just fine. It's only when you turn it on. It's only when you turn it on. All right, so right now it is not on. And then I'll do thermal in a second. So now I'm going to power it on. And the fans spin up for a second. And that's it. And the oscilloscope does nothing. But see, that's it. So we have this one little spike here, and then it goes away. Is the voltage divider wrong? So wrong value. Well, so that's what I was thinking. I was just trying to figure out like what is going on here with the voltage divider, which is going to be over here. So I've replaced this resistor here. That's on the voltage divider. And then the other one, I replaced all these components. That's why I'm like, I have no idea. And over here, trying to reacquaint myself with all this stuff, but oh yeah, so over here is actually where the 20 volts comes in. And then I think the other one, I can pull up this schematic. All right, so the voltage divider. So this is where we need to create, wait, no, it's right here. We need to create 20 volts on this pin. Not 20 volts, 3.4 volts. So AC-OK. And so on this side is going to be going to VDD 5 volts. So it's taking the 5.2 from the VDD and coming over here, tapping off the center, and then going to the other side of the board and connecting to I think it's this resistor over here, this resistor to ground. And if you look at the schematic of this, it doesn't math right to me, but I think it's fine. Here's our voltage divider, 75K and 768. That does not math to me, so can you tell me why that maths correctly? 5 volts here, ground here, take off a tap off of that. This is 10% of this. Or this is, rather, that's 10% of that, so take 10% off. Or if you're adding, that's 90%, I guess. So 90% of, or am I thinking about that wrong? Because we have 3.4 volts here, this is 5.2 here. 75K to 768 seems wrong. Exactly, thank you. Thank you. So if I measure this, it's not 768. But the board view is saying that. Scope switch over between bad charger. Time lapse of the scope. I don't have a good scope, so I don't really have a good way of doing that. I don't know if I can. I need a good scope to do that type of stuff. Current sense resistor sounds less like a possibility. So I've changed out the current sense resistor. But what I wanted to play around with was this right here. Let's see. So we have the charge. Like if you're overvolting on this point right here, so 19.8 might be too high. Whatever we need to change the voltage to a different amperage isn't doing it. And it doesn't matter though if I disconnect the PSID, it does it regardless. It's all about the voltage coming in. So if we were going to math this out, what would we have? All right, this says 768, but it's not 768. It is, can be false overheating signal shut off. Could be. Which one is it? So, let's see. It's right. I think it's that one. Let's see. Trying to remember where it is. Oh, it's this far one over here. It is this one right here. So this is supposed to be 768. It's 46, 47. Because that math's better, right? 46, 47, and then the other resistor is a 75. I saw a double diode in the schematic. So here's the double diode right here. And I've actually played around with replacing this to try to bring down the voltage. But let me show you what the voltages are here, because I was thinking that the voltage is just too high. And so if I measure the voltage here, we got, wait, is it this pin? Okay, we got 20.1 coming in. Wait, where's my meter? There we go. We got 20.1 coming into this point, right? Okay, this is going to be the battery, and this is going to be the AC adapter. They come together through a double diode, and we got 19.8 here because we have voltage drop on the diode. Okay. Yeah, 46 to 50 math's correct. That's what I was thinking. Okay, so now we got 19.8 here. That goes through this little current sense resistor, or this 100 ohm resistor. Still have 19.8 here. And if we follow that, what I was concerned with is it comes over here to the EC chip, somewhere around here. Oh yeah, that's right, I did find a weird measurement over here. I remember this now. Okay, I think it's this one. But let me just tell you what my thought process was. I can't remember now. Look at that flux. Someone has not been cleaning after themselves. Let me follow this through here. I haven't worked on this in a week, so my brain is trying to remember all this. So we have AC adapter comes in through here, comes out of that double diode, goes through this resistor, goes over here, and then comes across, oh, it comes back to this side of the board. Is that right? Oh, and that's what's going to that pin. Okay, so that's what's coming to that pin. But it's also going where? Wait a minute. AC charge. Thought it went somewhere else. What am I missing here? I swear it went this way. Hold on, I can't see your chat. Let me see. Oh, missing something. Where is it at? Lost some skills, so blah, blah, blah. Back end, it feels strange. PUB1 already replaced. I mean, I replaced so much stuff. So yeah, if you see anything that looks like it's been replaced, so this has been replaced, and I actually even made this voltage lower by like putting 2 of them inside in line, so I could bring down the voltage to see if it would do it. But I believe it's over here somewhere where the voltage is different. So let me just measure this real quick. So we have 2.9 here. It was one of these. This is 0.56, 0.56. Y'all just remember these numbers real quick. So this one, okay, so, all right, so now let me switch to the other charger. I almost feel like I should have been a little bit more prepared because I can't remember exactly all the details at this point, but. All right, now this one has 2.9 still, 0.4. I know that there's something that was different here. This is the EC chip, and it's actually receiving a signal, but it doesn't like the signal. Third charger. I have 3 chargers, yeah. So I have a 240, a 330, and a 180. And they all have different voltages. That's why and this 180 always works. The 240 and the 330 are sometimes. Now I got to trace this backwards. I can't, because I was messing with this so much. Let me find the EC chip again. You know, I swear that this came out of here and went somewhere else. Why am I missing that? 19. Oh, it's this way. That's what it is. Okay. So yeah, goes to the double diode, comes this way, and comes over to there, and then this also comes this way and comes through this out. Goes this way. Nope, it's not that. This is what I'm looking at. Yes, I remember this. So there's more diodes here that we're dealing with, and the voltages, look at this. I have this off of here. That's why. That's why it's working. Where's my screen at here? There we go. I still have this tacked off to the side. I forgot. So this actually is supposed to go right here. So I just tacked it off to the side to get it on my way. So let me reattach it right here. But basically the voltage comes through here and then goes over into this area. And that's why we have that kind of working. So we have 20 volts there, 20.1, and then we have nothing here. So let me plug that back in. Compare voltage of the known. Compare V to known good. What do we mean by V? Previous effort. Don't forget to address the loose discrete. Yes, and I'm going to do all that finish up tomorrow. I always just kind of wrap it up in the morning. A good board to test with. I do have a good board to test with. Okay. All right, we got 20.1 here. So now it goes through this diode right here, drops it down to 19.9 before it comes in here. And I played around with this. This is like an LDO of some sort, and we have 18.1 coming out here. And I tried reducing the voltage over here by taking this off and then just injecting voltage over here at any voltage I wanted. But you got a question, how risky is it to solder RAM upgrades to qualified professionals? I mean, that destroy the PCB or during desoldering the type of chance, lower longevity or reliability. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't work on working boards. That's how much I don't want to do that, or why I wouldn't want to do that. So if the board is working, then I don't want to fix it. I don't want to break it to fix it. Is 220 or 221 good? It's 220 good. It's a 220 good. Yes, this has been, I don't know if it's been replaced or not, but I mean, it's a 220 ohm. It's just really just a 22. It's not really a 220, it's a 22. But I have fixed RAM to fix a board. But so remove the diode, remove this diode right here. All these diodes are good. I've like tested all these stuff, but I don't even know if it's this circuit that's causing it. That's the problem. So all these work and they're doing voltage drops on it. But what's the difference when we have battery plugged in? What the EC flash? Has it been reflashed? I flashed the BIOS, which does flash the EC chip, so I've done that too. Did you try with another battery? I have, but right now it's doing it. It does it without the battery even plugged in, right? So right now I have my 220 on here, the 240 watt charger, and I'm going to turn on the machine. Okay, so look at the charger, the power meter. See how it spiked to 0.7 and then it stopped and it's dead. That's it. All right. So now I'll switch to this 180 watt that has a lower voltage. Power it on, and it pulls 1.3 amps. It's actually trying to power on. You see how the voltage goes up and stays up there? Or the current, I mean. All right. So now I'm going to do the 330 watt, which is a medium voltage. It's right in the middle. So is it going to work? I don't know. It usually hadn't worked, but maybe it will, for all I know. And it did work. So it's working with that one. And then if I choose their charger, so here's their 240 watt. Their 240 watt works sometimes also. Replace the diode. Okay, so you think of replace the diode. I've already replaced the BQ chip multiple times. Actually, there's sticks a different plug. It's over voltage detection is what I think is going on. All right, so tell me which diode you want replaced, because I think I've replaced a lot of these, but we could sit here and go through and replace. I don't know it's that diode. I've already replaced this double diode over here, if we're thinking it's this one. And then there's also this double diode. Do you think that we have some sort of back feeding thing? But it has to be an over voltage. I'm unplugging it every time, so it's not really shutting off. I'm just plug it back in. I don't know why the 330 is working now, because it wasn't working yesterday or the day before whenever I was working on it. What's the voltage measure on the odd pin? What voltage on the over voltage detector? Okay, which odd pin? So you want to see what it is on the power management chip? This goes to the power management chip right here. So 19.5 with this charger. That's, oh look, it dropped. So this is the 330 doing it. So the 330 just started doing it. Did y'all watch it happen when it did it? So the 330 did boot up for a second. Now it's not doing it. Now it's not booting up. So let me unplug it, plug it back in. And now it's doing it. So a second ago it hadn't been doing it, and then now it is doing it. Not reading either side, the fifth pin to the right of the EC chip on either charger. 5th pin. Oh yeah, what was the pin out on this? That's what it was. I was trying to read these pins here. Oh, that's where it was. It was this pin right here. Okay, now I remember. So here's our EC chip. Here's pin 1. So over here, this last pin, if I follow it over, this is the weird measurement. Okay, so I'm getting 0.02 here. So if I unplug the charger, plug it in, I got nothing. Okay? If I power it on, it slipped off. I got 0.4, 0.2, and that's it. Let me see if it spikes up for a second. I just want to show you the difference between the two. The resistance drops when it warms up, so it could be a heat-related thing. 0.9, and then drops down to 0.3. So we're only getting 0.3 volts on this pin. Okay, so now let me plug in the lower voltage charger. Okay, lower voltage charger plugged in. So I'll measure this pin. Ready? Power it on. And we got 0.17, 0.18. And it's staying on, it's actually booting. What do you think? What do you think? That's a weird one, right? Could be a pin issue on the board adapter. Nope, because it doesn't matter if I have the PSID plugged in or not. Now you can see that moving up and down with voltage based on current, right? Is that right or not? So that did just drop down. I'm still measuring that pin. I just want to see if it changes with whatever the current is. Could be a pin issue. Let's see. Soren's here? Is Soren here? A low voltage detect now. Bad charger AC ripple. Okay. I don't know how to check for that. What does the pin do? I don't know what this pin does. You can look it up on the, I'll pull it up in a second. I just want to see if this moves around. So now we're up to 3.5. So this is moving around with the current. It's almost a ratio of the current. Do you see that? So now we're at 2.7 amps. And now we're at 0.4. It's almost like that's weird. Is this like a current sense pin? You have a benchtop power supply set to 5 amps and then hook it up. Yeah, we could do that. Let's do that. I like that idea, actually. Okay, so I'm going to turn this off. Yeah, we'll use the benchtop power supply. I didn't think about it because this is only hitting 3.5 amps, so it's not like it's too much for my power supply. Okay, so what does that pin do? It's this pin right here. This pin, ADPR, and I'm measuring it right there, which also connects over here to this here. So ADPR, and if we look at our schematic for that, pin 65. Pin 65. I was measuring so much stuff when I was trying to figure this out. So ADPR. Man, I don't know. I don't know what ADPR does. I mean, it says 80 input, so is that a AC adapter input of some sort? So that's what's variable. It's based on whatever current's actually going in as it goes up and down. But let's do the power supply idea. I like that. Let me turn down this music. It's a little loud. Check for AC ripple. How am I going to check for it with my stupid oscilloscope? Let's do... I mean, my power supplies are all OEM. They're all good. I use them every single time. So you're talking about the ripple could be for an actual power supply issue and not a voltage issue. And usually if you have too low voltage, you have an issue. All this work could be repaired in a half an hour. We can do 12 laptops on one on Wednesday night feed. Oh, I need to hire Joshua Darling. Check both pads of resistor 2.9, blah, 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 3.2. Wait, check both pads of the resistor showing 2.9 on the EC and the voltage rising and dropping at 3.2 pad. You think a pad issue? This machine's still on. It's hot. Audio digital converter voltage. Dodgy diode will cause ripple. Okay. Dodgy diode. Well, how can we check for ripple then? Because the oscilloscope, my phone's blowing up here. Because it's not turning on. So if it's not turning on, it's not moving. It's not like it's giving any. That's the thing. It's like you can't. I like the idea of doing the power supply thing where it's like, let's set the voltage at a low voltage, have it coming on, and we'll start turning up the voltage until it shuts off or something like that. A better scope? Yeah, a better scope would do it. That would actually help. Let's set up a power supply. I think I have a cord somewhere I can hook into it. Dodgy power cord. I got a cord somewhere. Here we go. This isn't dodgy at all. There we go. We'll hook this up to the power supply. An alligator clip. Okay. You have an old scope, an old Tektronix scope. Yeah, I don't use scopes enough, so I just bought like a cheap one just to have it on hand, just in case I need to look at something. But I know that I like Nano Fixes. He bought like a cool scope that wasn't too expensive. All right, here we go. Power supply, go. So amps on full blast. We'll start out with like 19.5 volts. And where should we measure? That's the question. Where should we measure? Okay, PDR, a power adapter signal used to detect the internal power adapter connecting, providing current voltage. That's interesting. Is that what PDR is? PDR, or ADPR. So adapter power signal to detect the external power adapter. So test a second power supply at the same voltage. So I'm going to start out with what our power supply was working, or the same voltage that we're working at, and I'm going to measure on, I don't know which pin we want to measure on over here with our actual meter. Create a coupling, AC coupling, solder edge of a cap, and read the probe of the non-connected side of the cap. Huh. What kind of cap? Just like ceramic? Okay, so I have it plugged in here. We got 19.2 volts on this pad. So we got 19.5 here, and the 19.2 is what's going to the current sensor resistor. I feel like we should go a little bit higher than that, but we'll probably start with that. Okay, so, and where should I hook that cap? Just on this main line right here? Where's the drop? The drop is right here through this diode. All right, so this is actually connected to the charger, and then after it goes through here, it drops through the diode, and then this is what goes to the power management chip. this is what goes over to the EC chip area. 1 microfarad ceramic will do. Measure the power supply input with meter and make sure that both are really the same. They are, so that's what I'm saying. That's what this is, right? It's pretty close. Pretty close. Solder one end of the diode to the, and the scope to the other side of the cap. So one end of the diode, scope to either side. Okay, let me do this first, and then I'm just going to turn on this board and measure right here. Ready? And then we'll do the oscilloscope thing. It's not even powering on with this power supply. Crazy. Okay, let me go up on voltage just a little bit, but I don't understand. Yeah, it doesn't even turn on. Hit the power button, nothing happens. There it goes. All right, so it's powering on with 19.75 volts. And it's staying on. So 19.3 is after the diode, but 19.75 is going in. So this is what the power management chip is seeing. It's this 19.2, 19.1. Okay. PID circuit. Oh, it could be a PID loop of some sort. All right, I'm going to go up on voltage just a little bit. So now we're at 20 volts going in, and the machine is shut off. So I'm going to go down to 19.8. Let me see if it comes back on automatically. Doesn't look like it is. All right, let me start out. I need to probably turn it a little slower next time. Let me try it again. 19.3. This thing has voltage sag like crazy, so this power supply is no bueno. Okay, on 19 volts. Okay, 19.6. Use a voltmeter on hertz to check the ripple. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Will it actually have hertz? It's on frequency right now. Nothing's happening here. Okay, so we're at 19.65, 19.2. I'm going to go up, going up slowly. 19.3. Still on. So we're now at 19.9. And that was it. That was it. I swear it has to be over voltage. But let's find the ripple. You think it's a ripple thing still with that? With me inching up? Do you think it still has something to do with some sort of ripple in there? Bad ground, voltage regular unit, bad readings. Huh. So we don't. So now we don't think it's a ripple thing, and I don't. Do I still need to do the oscilloscope? I think it's an over voltage thing. One of the circuits on there are thinking it's over voltage, but what I want to do is isolate whatever that rail is, right? Did it shut off? It doesn't shut off, it just drops down to 0.2 amps. No scope. You've proven that it's proved out without this stable voltage. So at 19.9, yes, so concur. So over voltage. So now the question is, what is, good night in Argentina, what would be causing an over voltage, right? Or what circuit is over voltage. So bench top power supply, I think not Ripple, since Ripple would have been the same. Both 19.5 and 20.5 false signal. Ripple is like noise to data. So if we come back over here. So what I've tried doing is reducing the voltage at this point and getting this voltage as low as possible. And so theoretically, let's see, we got it to here. So if I took this off of here, well, that's right, that's what I did, is I took this thing off of here and then I put 2 of these diodes in line to reduce the voltage at this point. So right now we have it as like, let's say 20 volts coming in here, then this drops down to like 19.8 or something like that. So we have 19.8 here, which is going to the power management chip. But I've put 2 of these in line and dropped it down to 19.6, and it did not fix it having 19.6 here. So 19.6 doesn't fix it here, but right here, if I could reduce the voltage here, would be the way to go. What's this do? I haven't reduced the voltage over here before. Where else? So these are all 20 volts coming straight from the charger, all the stuff I'm clicking on here. So we have right out of the charger comes to these, goes through these MOSFETs, and this is the main power rail. So to me, it doesn't seem like I'm having an issue on the main power rail. I have an issue on the sensing of how much voltage is on this jack coming in. Right here. Over voltage 99. Okay, let's see. Ripple is like days. The sensing is wrong somewhere, leaking a chip. So, do you think it could be a capacitor or a resistor, or like a pull down resistor, or a feedback, a ratio? Yeah, it could be out of spec. That's what I was thinking, is like some resistor that's actually like thinking that there's, well, or maybe it's like not doing a good voltage divider. It's not a main power rail problem. It's probably the power rail below that, or yeah, exactly what I was thinking. So I think it's a feedback, 10 ohm cap, or resistor voltage divider. I'm not smart enough for this stuff. I'm not. I mean, I've just been. This is just one of those things where I'm like, I don't know. Let's look at the schematic over. Okay, so we'll come back over the schematic. So let me go to where this is, and then I'll pull up the schematic. All right, so here are the 2 diodes. This is the battery coming in, and the voltage coming in from the battery, and from the VN, okay? And this also connects to multiple places. So if we go look at all these places that this connects, those are the things we're looking for. Next. So here's the charger, comes to that, produces that. Oops. So this circuit right here, the smokeless UVP, do you think it could be over here? We need to find this diode and just take this diode out and creates that LDO. I think this is what I was messing with over here. Yeah, this is that 220 or that 22 ohm. Then we have a zener to ground. Is that zener? I always say zener, but we have a diode to ground. Then we have a diode across here. We have a voltage drop here, and then it goes into this LDO. And if this is a smoke circuit, doesn't this like prevent the thing from coming on if it doesn't like something? Could this be bad? This one? Changing out the EC chip with Lay's potato chip. Have you tried doing that? Have you turned it off? Woohoo, smokeless. Oh my gosh. Set it to 19.9, then slowly adjust the current to constant current mode. So just keep it at 19.9 and then prevent the current? Because I just have it like turned all the way up. Put it in the microwave 30 seconds, 2 resistors, voltage diode. Man, a lot of bots tonight. I'm sorry, Dave. Thank you for cleaning up. Okay, so PR535 and PR640. What were those? PR535 and 640. $535. 640. There we go. These guys? Okay. So these guys, 635, not 535. 635. Okay, so those guys. All right, what are you thinking there, Led? Smoke is ironic. Replace small and retest. That's a voltage divider, but I doubt that's the one causing it. Okay. You can do it. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, AJ. Thank you, AJ. Okay, let's take a look at what he's talking about here. Lead Farmer's talking about these two guys. Where's it at? These two guys right there. Well, only one of them's there, right? It's a voltage divider. So the voltage divider is not populated. Only one of them's in the voltage divider. Huh. So if we look at the voltage divider on our schematic, as we have one here and one here, and then there's kind of a gap and there's another one here. Okay? Oops. And we're missing that resistor. That happens, but I don't know. Oh. Then it's optional on the schematics. It's 1 meg I thought I saw. Is it 1 meg really? 635. So where's that voltage divider at on here? 635. So there's 635 right there. It's 1 meg. But where's the other one? 633. Oh, here's a voltage divider right here for the feedback. So this is 636 and 637. It's definitely a voltage divider. Yeah, let me show you what the outputs are on this, by the way. Does the donor board have this part? We do have a donor board we can do all this on. I love the streams. You even love this. This is starting to get a little bit boring. I've worked on this for so many hours too. All right, so this is the good board, or the good charger, or the charger that does work on it. We might need to switch machines here in a second, unless y'all are enjoying this, but I'm going to show you what this output is here. All right, so we got nothing. It's plugged in. I'm going to power it on. I don't have anything here. Okay, 19. What do we got here? Nothing. Okay, what do we got here? This is 18 point something, right? 17.4. Is this a good ground? Why do we have 17.4 right here? Seems like a weird number. So 159 and 100, 158. It's a rabbit. I know it's a rabbit hole. I've already told this guy it's not really fixed. We kind of have a workaround so he can use this like a lower voltage charger. So I found a 240 watt that's 19.6 volts and it works on the machine. All right, so 17.4. Keep that in your head. I'm going to plug in this 240. That's a 20 volt. But after a while, I start getting bored whenever I'm not being able to just kind of knock something out. We still have 30 minutes. We can go fix another machine. So this is at 18 volts. So do you think 18 volts is too much right here? Because now it's not working. All right, so now let's plug in the 330 watt. EC, EC, EC. You think the EC spent a week on a board like this where the voltage divider was out of range for the EC. The EC was pulling down the limit. Okay. So 17.8 on this one. So we know that this is some sort of voltage divider that's creating this leg, right? Because each time we put one in with a different voltage, we're getting a different reading here. So it's just whether it likes that voltage or not. And 17.7. 18 is too much. There's 18, it's too much. So what are we supposed to have there? I don't know. So pin 5, oh, because then that would be using the voltage divider here. Okay, so what would pin 4 be on the adjust? So if pin 5 is that output, pin 4, wait a minute. The adjust is 18. We got 18 here. Got 18 here. I know y'all are saying something. Das odd number. Odd. Project Hail Mary. So odd. 1.21 gigawatts. Measuring the middle voltage of the divider. Okay, on one leg. Let's put the CC, constant current mode. Put in constant current mode at 1.1 amps. Set the max to 19.9. Turn it on the output and see if it raises and stop. Okay, we can try that. I don't think the board will start if it doesn't have enough current, but build the voltage divider on the right of the DC jack. That'd be funny. Tombstone the resistor to test the specs. Voltage divider. Okay, so let's figure out this voltage divider because I'm trying to figure out which ones they are for the voltage divider. That's what I was looking for. Okay. So at 641 to ground. So is it 641 and 618? Or is it over here? You're saying that this was the voltage divider from LDO. So this is the 19 coming in, goes through here, comes out of there. Let's measure in there. And then that goes to there, back over there. Okay. So we should have 19 here, and then something in the middle, I'm assuming. Let's do it. So I'm going to start out with the one that works. Right? Am I right? Am I right? C1 resistor. Okay, so we got 19.3 here. We got 17.5 here. 17.5 here. 17.5 here. Is that a 0 ohm? That's not even a voltage divider. That's a 0 ohm. So 17.5 there. So if we can make 17.5 here, do you think it will be happy? Missing enable. be good. Okay, so right now I got nothing here. Okay, I don't have it on though, so let me turn the board on. I got nothing here. What does that mean? Got nothing there. This is the one that works. 17.4. Yeah, 640 is not populated. Yeah, it's missing enable. So we don't have the enable here, but this is missing. So how is it supposed to be enabled? I don't get this. 641. It's a 0 ohm. So coming off of this, this is a 158, this is a 100. So where's 636 and 637? Is that what we need to be finding? 636 and 637. So there's 637. That's not there either. 636. So this is the voltage divider right here. But it's not even there. So what is this? What kind of game are they playing? Oh, wait a minute. What kind of game are they playing? I mean, this is all in one pad here. What is? I don't know. I give up. I don't understand. I don't get it. Do you want me to do the constant current thing, or do you want me to move on to the next one? We don't have much time. We only got 30 minutes. Where's 637? It's missing. All this stuff's missing. They don't put any of that stuff there. Start with the 19.3. Where's the leak? Replace all the passive the red box. Replace the whole section. Replace every single chip. Inject 20 volts on the bench power supply. Use thermal camera to see if there's anything heating up during the spike. Cracked resistor or capacitor. Constant current. Okay, so we have this constant current thing that keeps coming up here. Okay, so let me show you. Let's try constant current. Okay, so call it a night. Good try. So I'm going to turn down the current here. So we'll put this at 1.2 amps of current at 19.4 or whatever. One good board. Do I have one good board? I do somewhere. I have one on the shelf actually. I mean, do you want me to grab that, or you want me to just move on? We can do another repair real quick if you want. Also not populated. It's weird. It's not really that weird. All this stuff's not populated. That's how they do it. All right, so 19.48. But I'm losing viewers from how boring this is. All right. Plug it in. Okay, so 1.2 amps, constant current. It's staying on. Constant current. I'm going to measure over there at that one pin where the voltage got up to a 19 point or 18 volts or whatever. Okay, so we got 17.2. Wait, this is already shut off? I shut off because there wasn't enough current. That's the problem with having constant current. I don't really understand that trick. This thing requires like 3 amps, you know? Okay, 17.1 volts. Grab a different 330. I have a 330 that's 19.6 and works no problem. But it's 19.6 volts. It's like an older 330. So anything that's 19.6 and below works great. It has no issues. Okay, so we have 17.2 on that one LDO output here. Darn it, I have to turn off my power meters. There we go. Okay. So you want me to inch up the power supply now? Do you have a donor? I have a new board, or a board that's working. 7.2, still working, still on. I'm going to let this thing kind of just simmer down for a second, and then we'll crank it up a little bit. Broken solder joint. I don't think it has anything to do with doing it. I'm never boring you, really? I don't know. Sometimes when I'm just sitting here, like, people are leaving because it's just like, nothing's happening. And I'm not really doing my video presence. I'm just kind of like slowly babbling, and I'm like putting people to sleep. The pen you're calling output is 4. You're right. Yeah, pin 4. I'm calling it output. Yeah, it's pin 4. It's the adjust. I'm sorry. Yes. All right. So we have it sitting there. I suppose see how high this works, how high this goes. Okay, so I'm going to go up on voltage. You ready? So I'll inch up. So you all keep an eye on the current. So we're at 1.5 amps right now. Okay, 19.65 volts. I'm going slow. 19.85 volts. Still have 1.5 amps. 19.99. Okay, the current has dropped down a little bit. We're over 20. What does that mean? We're over 20 now. What the heck does that mean? But we have a 300 milliamp drop. Do you think something's getting hot right now? I mean, the whole board's hot, so I can't really tell. Current drop. The short is gone. Will it turn on? All right, so now we go back down. Does it go back up to 1500? It does not go back up to 1500. If I turn it off and turn it back on, does it work? I turn it off. You think it already shut off? That's why the current dropped down 300 milliamps? Yeah, I'm holding down the power button right now. It's not shutting off though. Is the current still limited? No, I couldn't keep it limited because the thing will just, the board just shuts off if it doesn't have enough current. It shuts off. No, I can't shut it off. It doesn't want to turn off. EC. All right. I'm done with this thing. Can't handle this. Can't stand ya. Rage quit. No, just kidding. Gotcha. Rage quit. All right. Well, that was enough for that shenanigans. Are you guys still excited? I should send this to Lead Farmer, let him just go to town on it. Battery removal again. Yeah, this one's got me in a kerfuffle. Someone else replaced the. I'm gonna have to. I've changed out so many different parts on it. Place small batches. Stuff it in there. This is my first time here, and you had a great time. You still had a great time, even though I didn't do anything. Let's fix the board real quick. I'm gonna fix something. I'm anchoring to fix something. Let's do it. I got 10 minutes, 15 minutes. We can fix something fast. You do it fast, you fail. Inspiron or Precision? Which one do you want? They're both no power. No power, no problem. I'm ready. You guys are ready for bed, but I'm ready to win. Fix the 17R5. Fix a 17R5, like the old one. Fix my back. Precision. Precision it is. You guys said it first. Precisions. I saw 3 precisions, 4 precisions. Flip a coin. So here's what the precision looks like. It's like a smaller one, not like a big one. So it's basically a high-end latitude. I'm in my chair already. Percussion. Flip a laptop. Okay, here we go. All right, so this is a 5470. All right. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved, and this time we have a Precision 5470. Now this one came in because it's completely dead. The customer said that they've tried powering it on, tried holding down power buttons, trying resetting the BIOS. Nothing works, so I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. There you go. There's another one for our books, and so if you want to see their notes, we're going to do this one. There's their note. Lots of words. Lots of words. Unit fails to power on. I checked and it's getting power throughout the main board, but will not power on. Client mentioned that Dell has replaced parts in the unit while it was under warranty. She believes that it was the main board. She also stated that the unit is running hot. I removed the SSD and placed it in the new machine. Blah, 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 blah. Thank you. So, that's what we got. Nate, I love your videos, apparently. All right, so let's go ahead, and the first thing I want to do is see if it powers on. Press the power button, nothing happens. Let's pull up our power meter. So this is a USB-C power meter. So it's a little bit different. I can run it through Spike if you want. You want me to run it through Spike? I'll run it through Spike. We can do it. Screw bin, thank you. All right, we have a new screw bend. All right, so actually I did get this power meter working through Spike, through the power meter. I figured out that this thing doesn't like using, this is a USB-C adapter. It doesn't like having a 330 watt plugged into it, but if I plug in a lower wattage, it actually works. So I can use my other meter here. It's just going to have a resting current that's a little bit higher because it's actually consuming some current on this. But we can actually see what it does here. So we plug it in, and we have 0.14, 0.13 constant current. That's not good. We're going to plug it back in. Constant current. So you don't want that. When you plug in a laptop, you're going to get 2 different things. You're going to get it where it maybe jumps up to 0.1 for a second, but it should sit there at 0.01, 0.02. And then if it's going to charge the battery, it'll jump up to about 0.23, something like that for a little bit, and then jump to an amp or 2. So right now it's sitting, there's something, to me it looks like there's something shorted on the motherboard. Now I'm going to hit the power button, nothing's happening. Now just to be sure, I want to make sure that my meter's displaying properly. So let me just use a regular USB-C power meter. And we got 0.1, okay, that's actually doing a pulse. It's cycling. So it's going down to 0.03 and then back up and back down and back up, back down, back up. This kind of points to some sort of PD controller issue or a power delivery chip issue where it's pulsing like that, but it could be a power rail that's trying to start up and it's finding a short somewhere. What do you think? Yeah, it's probably not the PD. It's probably going to be that the PD controller chip is communicating with the charger, turning on that power rail at 20 volts, and then it's trying to power up something. So I think a short's on the board. I think we might have a pizza. An easy pizza might be coming our way since we only have 15 minutes. Anyway. Let's see if we can do this fast. The mighty thermal camera is coming out in a moment. We only have 2 screws in here, so that makes it a lot easier. No screws, no problem. We need a win for the night, right? Well, I guess technically we won earlier, but I want a better win. Look at all the concurs. Look at all them concurs. All right, and the bottom is off. All right, main battery is unplugged. Let me plug the main battery back in. We're gonna plug in the power supply one more time. I just wanna make sure that we're not getting any false readings because this thing requires a battery to be plugged in. So I wanna see if it does exactly the same thing. And it's doing exactly the same thing with the battery plugged in. It's doing exactly the same thing in both ports. And so most likely it's going to be after the PD controller. So I think we're going to go straight to thermal. Let's come with the power supply. So I'm going to plug in the charger and monitor it under the thermal camera. We're going to have something getting hot somewhere. Look for something pulsing. I don't see anything. All right, I'm going to have to take the heatsink off. Let me take off some of this stuff. It might be underneath all this. Take this heatsink off, and what is that? That's weird. The smell test, we can do a little sniff. We can do a little gander sniff around the board. I've actually never worked on this machine before. And the heatsink is off. Interesting. What was that? My camera stopped for a second. Oh, it smells like fruit juice. It smells like, it smells sweet. It smells sweet. So SSD is out of here because I took it out. All right, let's plug it in again. No LLM. Yes, there's never LLM in this stuff, in these types of machines. It's only in those gaming machines. Ah, I saw something right here for a second. The power management chip, maybe. I don't know if that's what that is, but so what's taking that 50 milliamps? What do you think? Yeah, fruit juice maybe. Okay, I'm going to measure now. So we're not seeing anything. I was thinking that it was going to just stand out at me, that we were going to have some sort of short somewhere. But I think we're going to have to find the short. Find the short. Nothing, nothing, nothing. That's all I got. Aha! We have found it! I can't believe! So this inductor over here has a 0 ohm short on it, which is, I'm starting to smell the pizza. Smelling some pizza here. Or am I? What happened to my pizza? What? Is my pizza gone? How did my pizza leave? Was it just filling up? Oh man, was it just filling up the capacitor? Nope, it is. It's there. Whew. I was worried for a second. Okay, so 0, 0, 0, 0. It's very zero. It's the most zero that you can get. Let's see if we have anything obvious right here, and then we're going to come with the power supply. What power supply is this? I don't know. 3.3, 5 volts, you name it. You name it. All right. Ready to come with the power supply? We're going to do 0.4 or 0.5 volts at whatever amps it wants to take, because I don't care. I don't limit my amps, people. I'm not an amp limiter. I'm a voltage limiter. 0.4, let's do that. Here we go. What's going on here? Battery's still plugged in? Nope. Did you guys see this earlier? Look at this. Did you want me to flick it more? Do we need moss flicking? What is going on here? I need a better ground? Man. Can't find a good ground. What is going on here? You know what? I think when I was measuring this, I must have been touching this capacitor. Amateur move. Prompt the screen, please. Yeah, there's no short here. There's a short here if I do this. Short. There's no short if I do that. What an amateur. Okay. That means I'm tired. That means I'm tired. So I don't see a pizza anywhere. All right, there's no short. Oh, don't give up an amp. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. I'm like, what am I doing? Why am I doing this right now? Power management chip. Let's see if the battery. I figured we would have a short right off the bat. I mean, what is that doing? Unless it's a BIOS. Let me measure the power rails. Got 5 volts. We got 5 volts. We got 3.3. We got 8 volts for the battery. We got 20 volts. And 1.8? Where's our 1.8? Give it to me. 1.8 is right here. Nope. Right here? Nope. BIOS, yeah, that's what I was going to say. So we have all our voltages. It's kind of doing a startup pulsing where it almost seems like a BIOS, like it's probably turning on the BIOS chip and it's not starting up. So I think this is probably just going to be a BIOS after this. DDR5 memory. The memory is built on the board, I guess, right? Yeah. Probably BIOS. Wet keyboard with Kool-Aid. All right. Well, I thought I was going to fix something really fast and magically. What keeps going on with my screen here? Does my screen keep shutting off? Weird. Okay. Micro slop. Damn you, micro slop. All right, I'll deal with all that tomorrow. That's a tomorrow problem, yeah, because I'm going to be going home. All right, so you got 10 minutes of questions. Let me see if I can get my chat caught up here. What is going on? Okay, hey Nathan, have you ever used regular solder sucker to try to remove LLM? Yes, so I have a solder sucker over here, and it doesn't work very well because if you think about it, you have that center pin. It makes it more of a mess. So don't do it. The actual syringe thing works the best for doing any of that type of sucking. So so right now this is the time of we're just doing chatting for the end of for about 10 minutes. Y'all can ask me whatever you want. You can ask me technical questions. I'm going to do the best I can to keep up, but a lot of times there's a lot of questions that happen. So. And I'm reading as my low suit. I'm really bad at reading. PTM for the camera. So my camera has cooling fans on it. It is pretty hot in here, so I have fans on both my cameras, and they still overheat. So thank you for the stream tonight. Thank you, Deputy. Thank you. Great stream as always. Not a question, a request. Take the other machine down a rabbit hole stream. Oh, take another machine down the rabbit hole stream. I like to follow a rabbit hole personally. Okay, well that's all. What I need to try to do is, yeah, I have a video and then bring another machine onto the stream to do a follow-up. Okay, I will keep that in mind, because there's plenty of machines where I'm just kind of like, okay, I don't know. You know, the board has to be bad, and I have to give up after a certain number of hours. You know, there's only so much time in a day, and let's see. Question: who did the drawing for the boxes in the short clip? So Vince, or Julian, he's worked for me. He's my second employee, my third employee, second employee. He's been here for like 22 years. So, but he's one of my childhood friends. I grew up with him, and so he's a very, very talented artist. And so we always get requests for, you know, draw this on a box, draw this on a box. So we're always posting those pictures. So yeah, he's the one who does it. And I also have another artist here that sometimes does stuff, but he's our main one. So Vince is our main guy. He just showed me a new art piece that he did today. Thank you so much for the great content, everyone. Have a great weekend, especially. Thanks, Gritty. Gritty, I am getting this power box stuff ready for you, because I'm going to send one off to you. So I'll kind of get all the supplies I need to make sure the 3D prints are working fine. Did you ever get the X16R2 that doesn't recognize the charger because of the BIOS? Reset the factory defaults job. Did you ever have an X16R2 that doesn't recognize the charger? No, because of a BIOS loading factory defaults? No, not that I remember. Not that I remember. Wacky, thanks for coming. See you Sunday. Let's see. Gordon, may be hot there, but it's better than trudging through the snow in Montana. Yeah, if you live in Montana, you got so much other beautiful stuff. So I guess I can't believe it's still cold there though. I've been watching videos for some time. I always wonder if you own an authorized Dell repair shop or an independent shop that happens to specialize in a lot of OEM parts. So I started this business when I was 21, and so I don't partner with Dell, but I do buy all of Dell's products, and that's all I buy out their inventory. And so I'm not even certified Dell. I'm not Dell authorized. I'm not any of that stuff. So, but Dell recognizes us as a place, and so all Dell's tech support recommends us. We just become synonymous with Dell or outside of warranty, so everyone just goes to us anyway. Will you consider getting a better oscilloscope? Yes, I will. I probably should just go buy one and just be done with it, and I'll just have to find a place to mount it in here. I like the new spike-like feature, probing with auto picture idea. Now that's what I'll probably get in there. Board you're working on before is fixable. You need to grab a new and working board to compare the voltages and start the values with dropping on the EC. Okay, that's a good point. I think I was doing it at one point, because this is, like I said, I've had this thing for about a month or 3 weeks or so. So why not try cleaning the board to eliminate any variables, static electricity, and shorting out issues? I don't know if that would do it. Thanks for the stream, Bundy. Is that what it is? Yeah, everyone like the stream before you sign off. That kind of pushes it out to other people, makes them know where we are. Thanks for the mods. After the chair fun, it becomes an oscilloscope fun. That's right. Now the question is, should I get like a 4? I don't think I need 4 probes. I probably just need 2, right? I don't need 4. Does your site only sell parts, or does it happen to have Dell mini PCs and stuff like that? So we sell all the parts for Dell and Alienware laptops. We have some desktop parts, some server parts, but those are just what kind of comes inside my truckloads. And then I have a good selection of laptops, mainly Latitudes. Those are the only thing. We usually only sell business machines, but we're not selling any PCs per se, or like desktop PCs or anything like that. Have a great night. Thanks, Russ. Think Tipsy. 4 probes, yes, you can decode protocols. So I better get four. It's better just to get them because it probably only costs like $50 more or $100 more or something, or is it $1,000 more? So yeah, that's the question. Four probes the way to go. No, 4 probe. Get a 4 probe. Go for a high megahertz. So this little one I have says 100 megahertz, but how high do I need to go? So Rigel, DHO and MSO are good. What are your views on the new Asus ZenBook? I have no idea. I've never looked at any other manufacturer, so I've never even seen a old ZenBook in my life, ever, in person, except for whatever's on like Northridge Fix or whatever, one of those repair guys. How'd you learn to do all this? By doing. Just watching videos and doing it. Now, I've been doing this for like 20-something years, so you just kind of learn as you go. I didn't even graduate from high school, so. Are you selling gaming laptops? No gaming laptops, just going to be just Alienwares and Precision. Latitudes and Precisions mainly, sometimes XPSs, but it depends whatever I get in these loads of stuff. 4-channel is good. Instec, yeah, Rigel or Instec, or I always say Rigel. It's Rigel, right? Regal? I don't know. I always mispronounce that. Love the work. Keep it up. Don't charge. You're awesome. Or don't change. You're awesome. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming. Dragon Balls. Purchased the 2 additional probes for lower if available. Okay. I have a 2023 XPS 9350 that seems to have a pretty obvious BIOS issue. It's stuck on the Dell logo. I've tried a new 276 to write it, but no live orange light. Only orange light when you press the power button. Okay, so that is a issue that we've seen a lot, and so you could have a short on the chipset. So just look for all the capacitors around the chipset. Make sure you don't have a short on any of those. And then what BIOS are you putting on there? If you have a 276, you're writing a BIOS on there. So are you cleaning the BIOS first, or are you getting one off of bad caps or something like that? Because a bad BIOS would do that. And then what was the other thing we found with the orange light of death? Found quite a few things with the orange light, like missing components around the BIOS chip, a bad BIOS chip. For the oscilloscope fund, thank you so much, RJ. Please revisit Nightmare board. I'm invested in it now. Okay. And the Nightmare board that we just worked on, right? Because Nightmare board is driving me crazy. Rigel. You might need a back spoke chair made. Oh, or bespoke. Bespoke. Oh, I like taking things apart and not putting it back together. Yeah, right now I'm rebuilding I bought it's a Wahoo Kicker Core. It hooks your mountain bike or hooks your bike, and you can do indoor cycling. And I bought it for $75 on Marketplace, and the speedometer doesn't work on it because the IR Hall effect sensors are not Hall effect sensors, but IR sensors are not working. So I just got new ones delivered today. I'm going to fix it. So I had to pull the whole thing apart and stators and all that, and I'm going to put in a new gauge in there. So where do you expect to be in 10 years from now? Gordon, what kind of question is that? I want to be retired. I don't know. I'll be 55. Let's see. I mean, at some point I feel like I should be able to sell this business. I've had it for 24 years, right? So if I'll have it for 34 years by then, I feel like, but the last thing I want is to sell it to some like investment bank, right? Or some venture capitalist, and then they destroy everything. They sell, take my million. I have like a million user accounts on my website, and they would just take all of them and just spam them all out or whatever, right? So I don't know. I have no idea. I would hope to be able to not have to work 60 hours a week. A dual BIOS machine, what is the data stored on the EC chip? The EC chip is just like a little microcontroller, has 128K or 160K of data on there, and it's just literally just running like a loop of code that's checking GPIOs, right? So it's checking for key presses or lid or keyboard or whatever it is. So that's you need that to turn on the board. So the BIOS, after that, the EC chip turns on the board, then it starts loading the BIOS. So I know you've already flashed the BIOS and the EC of that board, but it's definitely the pads and the pins of the diode or the resistor. Remove the diode because it causes good blob pad or resistor. Are we talking about the one from Saturday, or are we talking about the one we just worked on? Because the one from Saturday, that was 3 months ago. It's already back at the guy's house, and so I don't have that board anymore from Saturday. That was an older video that I had in my backlog, so I think I'm pretty caught up now. I don't have any like old videos that are sitting around for a while. I want to buy Dell Alienwares and try to fix them. Just make sure that the seller did not send it here already. So, okay, what time is it? Oh, it's 10:05. Okay, my kids are getting in bed. I got to get home and tuck them in. So, even though they're teenagers, but that's kind of my rule. I got to be home to put them to bed. I think I'm invested in an older ThinkPad. Meet me on Discord. I can help you survive. Let farmers talk to somebody. Okay, guys, that's it. That's all I got. Sorry if I didn't answer your question. I will try to do my best, but lots of words. So many words. It's relentless. It never lets up. These eyes are having a hard time keeping up with that. But anyway, I want to thank everybody. Hey, the mods did a good job kicking out that crazy person or the bots that were coming in. We did have kind of a little bit of a dirty chat tonight for a little bit, but I'm glad we got it cleaned up. Anybody who's new here, we do these streams twice a week, Wednesday at 6 p.m. and Sunday morning at 9 a.m. So put that on your calendar. And thanks for all the donations. I'm going to put it towards a chair, put it towards an oscilloscope now. And I appreciate each and every single one of you. And thanks for watching.